Good evening. Welcome to the February 4, 2026 Barnstable School Committee meeting. Item 1.1, District Vision and Core Values. District Vision. The Barnstable Public Schools educates the whole child by creating a student-centered school culture that addresses students' physical, social, emotional, and academic needs by creating a safe and healthy learning environment in which all students are challenged, supported, and engaged. Core values. In Barnstable Public Schools, we value commitment, collaboration, and community. Commitment. We are dedicated to the continuous learning and growth for all. Collaboration. We work together while keeping student needs at the center of all decision-making. Community. We build strong, respectful partnerships that support students' success. Item 1.2, statement by the chair, video or audio recording of meeting. This school committee meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the Town of Barnstable's Government Access Channel in accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 20. The chair must inquire whether anyone else is recording this meeting, and if so, to make their presence known. Okay. It is okay, parents, when your children are presenting, you can video. I just need a hand. So does anybody want a video? I thought so. Yeah, it's just making sure people know that it's an additional video. Thank you. Item 1.3, Pledge of Allegiance by our Barnstable, West Barnstable Elementary School student envoys. We have Ronan Peterson, Leo Dunn, Peter Kingman, Lauren Todaro, and Madeline Keene. Thank you. That was great. All right. Item 1.4, we have our student envoy report from Ronan Peterson, Leo Dunn, Peter Kingman, Lauren Todaro, and Madeline Keene.
Thank you for having us here tonight. Tonight we are going to share some ways we are working towards a vision of a Barnstable graduate at BWB.
For our Portuguese-speaking families, I am going to share the same opening in Português. Obrigado por nos receberem aqui esta noite. Hoje à noite, cada de nós irá compartilhar algumas formas como estamos trabalhando para conseguir concretizar a visão de licenciado na Barnstable da BWB. Hi, my name is Lauren Tudaro, and I am a second grader at BWB. At BWB, we are action takers. In second grade, we made pins to sell as a fundraiser for a scholarship for a senior at Barnstable High School. Now we are collecting cereal as a whole school for the Red Hawk Food Pantry. We have worked hard this year as a whole school to be good listeners and quiet when we hear a chime. I am an action taker when someone needs help translating. I can speak Portuguese, and lastly, I have even helped Ms. Forbes. Lastly, I am part of a great class where I can share my ideas. I even came up with a special signal for when someone in our class needs a tissue.
Hi, my name is Madeline Keene, and I am a third grade student at BWB. I'm going to start by sharing how I am a self-aware learner. I've become an independent learner in math when completing papers. Sometimes I have to use a strategy when I answer extra math questions wrong or when something goes wrong with Book It, another math app we use. Mrs. Santos, our new music teacher, has had me come up with her to perform with the whole school, including rocking out at the holiday concert to Feliz Navidad.
Hi, my name is Leo Dunn, and I'm a second grader at BWB. At BWB, we are adaptive thinkers. In Gateway, we learn to be problem solvers through completing puzzles and mazes. In art, we get to be creative. In first grade, I made a crocodile. We learn to be flexible, and that sometimes means we have to say yes to others' ideas. During my full pathway, I learned about building and design. I learned about building and made a birdhouse, which is great because I want to be an architect. And now, as part of the new math pilot, I am learning how to use Basin blocks to solve math problems, and I am learning about expanded form.
Hi, my name is Ronan Peterson, and I am also a third grader at BWB. I am a thoughtful communicator. We just had a whole school assembly where we talked about empathy and assertive communication. Some of our student ambassadors role played what it should look like. I am also a thoughtful communicator when I listen to the sounds of the chime. We earn wow stickers for being thoughtful communicators. When we earn 10, we get a book. I think last year I got 6 books. Last we do a lot of group work. When I work in groups, I try to explain one-time thinking.
Hi, my name is Peter Kamen, and I am a third grade student at BWB. I am a non-seeker. In CKLA this year, we learned about ancient Rome, and last year, we learned about ancient Greece and Greek myths. My favorite lesson about ancient Greece was Sparta. Can you imagine I would be training right now if I was in Sparta? I also liked the myth about Theseus and the Minotaur. Second grade just finished their unit of the War of 1812. That was also one of my favorites. Lastly, I am a third grade ambassador. I hope Miss Corbett's class non-sequels we with them and play math games. Thank you for having us tonight.
Great job, everybody. Any questions or comments?
Well, we love to hear from you guys and hear what you're up to. I'm getting so many ideas to pull on my family at home. Thoughtful communication. And I'm going to give them stickers, and then eventually maybe I'll let them clean the bathroom or something. But it's great. I wish there were ways we could impress upon people how important these are as they embark in college, because you learn them when you're young and you make great friends, then you go to college and you're like, you don't remember any of it. By the time you're an adult, you're like, wow, what's a thoughtful communicator? But it's great to hear from you guys. You're doing a great job reading. Thank you for sharing your stories.
Anybody else? Andre?
Thank you, Chair. So not only are we learning about thoughtful communicators, I noted we're talking about action takers, we're talking about self-aware learners, we're talking a little bit about empathy, and I liked what we said about being flexible in terms of hearing other people's views when they're speaking. That's great. It's good to see folks from BWB. This is something for me. Growing up, we had something that we don't have it now, but the Castle Park was at Barnstable, West Barnstable, informative. I'm not going to say how many years in the past, but it was there. And some of my greatest childhood memories are being out in the Castle Park with my cousins and my family, and just running around back there. And so anytime somebody from BWB comes, I have to mention that. But I like that we have bilingual students already mastering 2 languages at a young age and helping their fellow students. Tremendous to hear, and the history teacher in me cannot pass the mic before. There was a reference to Sparta, and one of our young people was enthralled and appreciative of the fierce training and the regimentation and taking hold of that and bringing that into his education. That was great to hear.
Anybody else?
All I'm going to say
Mike?
is excellent job. Good job. It's always, you get kind of nervous when you come up here and talk, and everybody did an awesome job. So great job. That's like a lot of adults come up here and have problems speaking. So the fact that you came up and you read your stuff and you did a really good job. I should take lessons from that. Thank you. Good job.
Anybody else? Courtney.
Yeah, great job, everyone. You did such a lovely speeches. I love the speaker who talked about being a self-aware learner. As you go through school, knowing what you know about yourself and how you learn will help you grow and make sure you can master everything that you're studying. And then for our lovely bilingual student, I've lived in a country where I don't know the language, that the fact that you can be a friend and translate for people is such a wonderful thing that I hope you keep doing it, because you're such a resource for people when you can translate for them. Great job.
So I don't have much to add, except that, Lauren, you can start your college fund by advertising yourself as an interpreter and earn lots of money. Put that away for your college fund. So thank you so much, BWB students. You did a great job. We appreciate having you. Why don't you come on up and have a picture?
They're still taking Peter. Peter, do a serious one.
So highlight in education, we're still with BWB, and we have some visitors who are talking to us about the book club.
Hi, my name is Deirdre Eldridge. I'm the library media specialist for kindergarten through 7th grade. Myself and the library assistant at BWB, Betsy Delaney, have worked over the last year and a half to put together an after-school book club, and some of our amazing book clubbers are here today to tell you all about it.
BWB Book Club meets once a month after school to enjoy activities and conversations about the book we all read. Students and their families are invited to attend. Book Club began in October 2024. Miss Eldridge and Miss Delaney planned the books and activities for us. My favorite part of Book Club is the crafts. And who doesn't like snacks?
Some books we have read are Cindy and Taylor Explore the Whole Wide World, Diva and Flea, Otter, and Octopuses Have Zero Bones, plus all the books you see us holding here. My favorite part of Book Club is having a good time and talking about the book we all read.
At each book club, we talk about the book and have a snack. Then we do a craft activity or have a special presentation. My favorite part about book club is reading the book and talking about it with my friends.
When we read Too Small Tola about growing up in Lagos, Nigeria, our special guest was my dad. My favorite part of book club is doing the activities.
We're twins, so he's also my dad. He grew up right where the book took place. He told us all about living there, and we made many connections. My favorite part about book club is all the snacks, especially the croissants. When we read Curiosity, the story of the Mars rover, we had a special Zoom with a woman who had worked at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. So many of the parts of the book she had experienced in real life. My favorite part of book club is spending time with my friends.
My favorite part of book club is, of course, the snacks and the friends we have and the friends we have yet to make. I feel really excited about this next book we're reading. We're reading Donovan's Word Jar. You are welcome to come and visit. It's on Monday, March 2nd. Also in March, BUES is starting its own book club too.
Thank you.
We need another picture, but before you come up for your picture, does anybody have anything?
Just words of encouragement. Keep reading, and then read in other languages, and keep reading until you find your truth, the truth. Keep digging. I want to know what the snacks are besides croissant. I love snacks myself. Never miss a meal.
Yeah.
Anybody? Andre?
Yes, great to hear about the after-school program. I work at the elementary level, and at my school, our after-school program is robust, and the students really take advantage of it. Just thrilled. I too am a fan of snacks, so I appreciate all of those references, but that you're developing that love of learning, the love of reading, and I'm just thrilled that it's cold media. Words on a page, and everything is not in front of a screen with flickering images, okay? And so spending that time, you guys develop the ideas. You guys have the creativity rather than a machine giving it to you. You're much more capable and dynamic than those machines. So that's great to hear. And then again, at the elementary level, that early literacy and developing the fluency, all of those core skills. You might not realize it now, but it's going to set you up for a lot of success in the future. So keep it up.
Any other? Mike?
Obviously, as I always say, you guys did an awesome job coming up and talking. Also, thank you to the folks that help out. It couldn't be done without the people that stay after school, and I know the hours are long, but to give that time and for the love of reading. Reading gets you so far in life, so you have to you're always reading something. So thank you for giving the time and being realizing the importance. And like I said, I know the days are long for all the staff, but thank you for giving a little extra, giving more than a little extra, but keeping it going. But thank you.
Any other comments? Courtney?
I would just reiterate, great job. Books are such a wonderful, wonderful passion to never give up, and then to thank you for all the staff that dedicate your time to make such a wonderful program.
And it's nice to hear that everybody's making new friends, too. Sometimes when you try a different activity, you meet a different group of people. So it's always nice to try something new, to include others, and make friends. Wonderful job to everybody. Thank you to the staff. I know it's extra hours, but this is the fun part when you get to do all the fun activities. Who would like a picture? student envoys here? Okay, item routine business, item 3.1, student envoy report, Barnstable High School. There you go. Okay, thank you, Leah.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Wait, can you hear me all right? I hope you guys are having a good evening. So for the current happenings at the high school, today we actually had the future problem solving competed in their qualifying problem competition. So everyone had their future seen and went through the 6-step problem solving process to address, identify, and solve the problem. And we won't get our evaluations back immediately. It typically takes roughly a month or so to find out how everybody has been doing. But based on our past scores from the past 2 practice problems, it seems like that everyone's doing really good. The competition seems to be pretty high this year. Everyone seems to be neck and neck. So I'm going to be pretty interested to see which teams and individuals are going to be qualifying to move on to the state competition. The state competition is typically hosted at Clark University, I believe, in late March. As for other competitions, earlier in January, DECA had competed in the district competition at the Irish Hotel. So I believe we had roughly 60 students compete in teams of 2, and we had we don't usually have a lot of individuals who compete on their own, but we did have a good number. We did bring home lots of state qualifiers. We had, I'd say, 7 qualifiers in total, and we will have others attending with us to compete in the Quiz Bowl and written projects. The DECA state competition will be held in early March at the Boston Seaport. There is a upcoming MBL opportunity involving CRISPR research that was available for 11th to 12th graders to apply and attend. I have heard that this opportunity was anonymously sponsored, so anyone who got in got to go tuition free. I do have the course description so you guys could hear a little more about it. So the CRISPR course description notes that students will not only learn CRISPR/Cas9 technology works, but to apply the technique in the lab, to understand how it is used by research scientists to explore questions in basic biology and the technique's implications for improving human health. Genome editing will be used to explore the development of zebrafish, a key species in biomedical research worldwide. Students attending will manipulate genes involved in development to understand embryogenesis and organ formation, and how this research is directly connected to understanding human health and birth defects. The course will also expose students to modern methods in microscopy. Finally, they will also discuss the ethical implications of genome editing, an issue that is highly relevant to all members of society. So I definitely think that's a really cool opportunity to be able to attend. I personally hope to be able to apply and attend it in the future. That's just a really amazing opportunity because it's like it's current research that's going on like across the nation. So not just specifically here. It's ongoing research. So As term 2 has ended, we had all taken our midterms for the first time in quite a while. Midterms it was an interesting experience, to like say the least. I mean, I feel like it was normal classes. It felt kind of like high stakes, especially since it was like 5% of our grade. There was definitely a lot of pressure to try to do well on our tests. But with the schedule that we had during the week, I think it worked out pretty well. It gave us all enough time to take all of our tests. I didn't really have any classes where I came short of time. So the schedule that we had for that week ended up working out pretty well. And winter sports are ending soon, so that means spring sports are on its way to begin, which I'm also pretty excited for. Last week, the high school had hosted a career fair in the main cafeteria. The career fair had many representatives for businesses and companies across Cape Cod. And I noticed while I was talking to some of the representatives that lots of them are associated with the high school already as for internships. So a lot of I talked to most of the environmental representatives, and a lot of them offer internships with our environmental and technology pathway. As for the school bathrooms, I have noticed a difference. It is typically cleaner in the bathrooms, and I've noticed that like bathroom hardware has been like slowly been updated, which I definitely think is a really good thing. That was one of the primary like problems with the bathrooms. Like, yes, they were dirty at times, but I feel like that's upkept. It's like the quality of like in a couple of the bathrooms, the toilet seats are like all patched up with tape, or like they're cracked, and it's really weird. But I've noticed that some things have been getting replaced, like the toilet seats, and and also in the bathrooms, the sinks have been updated. Not all things have been updated, but I have like been like noticing the replacements. A minor thing that I would want to change is on the stalls, there's always a lot of writing and Sharpie, or like certain locks are like hard to open or loose, I'd say. But that is all I'd have to mention for that. Lastly, there was another DECA happening. We have been continuing with the program of Business at BUES, which is hosted once a month at BUES, where we teach students business basics. I think we are going to be approaching the idea of starting something like the Hawk's Nest at BUES. Last meeting, we had students design and submit submissions of like apparel they'd like to see in their own version of the Hawk's Nest, and what kind of snacks they'd want to see. So it's going to be interesting to see how we're going to implement it, but it is definitely an idea that's starting to take movement. That is all I have to... Oh, one more thing, actually. The Chinese Honor Society had hosted their festive Lunar New Year celebration. So they had lion dancing, calligraphy, Chinese snacks, and fun that introduced traditional Chinese food and traditions. That is all I have for you guys today. Any questions or comments?
Are there any questions? Jen.
More comments and questions. First of all, thank you for your thoughtful. You're always very thoughtful and very thorough in everything you say, which is important. And you knew I was going to ask about the bathrooms, which is good. I will say that I think locks on doors in bathrooms are essential, and I hope that that gets fixed for you ASAP. The CRISPR opportunity is incredible. I mean, that's graduate level stuff, graduate school level stuff. So, muckle onto that if you can at all, and you're pulling the whole load by yourself tonight, I see. Yeah, so you did a great job. Thank you for always giving us some insight and some good things and some bad things. It's important we hear both. Thank you, Leah.
Mike?
Excellent job. Really, really, really good job. So I got kind of a question. Are you involved in the Hawk's Nest? I assume you are?
In a way, I'm more involved in DECA. I am a DECA officer for our club, and I do help host business at BUES. So I am involved, but I don't like. I'm not.
Well, so I got a question, and I don't know if you can. If you can't answer it, just be like, I don't know. So the Hawk's Nest, I know like they're doing apparel and all of that, and like I know that that's really kind of taken off for them. Do you know if folks from outside of the school district can like put an order in? Does that make sense?
I feel like in a way you could. It's not like you can walk into the school. And
No,
go
and
into the
yeah.
Hawk's Nest. I feel like you'd have to contact Brent Jansen.
Okay,
so Mr.
okay. So that's who they would do it through, is Mr. Jansen. Okay, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Excellent job.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Andre?
Yeah, it's good to hear about a number of the activities. The Lunar New Year celebration at the high school, that was nice to see it in our facilities, because usually that's been on Main Street. They've had that. So it was nice to see that collaboration. I appreciate the updates relative to future problem solvers and the events that are going on. And are you a part of DECA?
Yes, I am.
Yes, you're a part of DECA, and 60 strong, you noted.
Yes, we had 60 competitors at the district competition.
And some competing, individually, teams, but I'm glad to hear about those numbers. A number of happenings at the high school in the last month. My slides will cover them. I won't be giving them at this meeting, but my slides will go into those covering the happenings. The Commissioner of Education made a visit to the high school.
Yes.
I was glad to see, and he spoke at our annual conference, and I'm looking forward to his leadership in the state. Appreciate the update relative to the facilities and the improvements. Our janitorial staff works tremendously hard at the high school with a very large facility, and there's a number of things that they have to attend to. But to hear that there's been replacement stalls, some of the sinks have been replaced, the overall outlay has improved. That's great to hear, and I know that our hardworking staff is going to continue to make those improvements. I did appreciate these sports updates. Our teams are playing quite well right now. Again, I'll get to that in my slides, but just across the board, gymnastics, basketball, hockey, so on and forth. But I'd be remiss if I didn't note that our unified basketball team.
Oh, yes, of course. I had that, I almost brought that up. I was like sitting down and I was like thinking what I was going to talk about, and I almost wrote that down. Thanks for reminding me. So actually, I'll just say it really quickly. I do remember our unified sports team performed at TD Garden, which I thought was pretty amazing that they got the chance to be there. I remember a lot of my friends who were on the basketball team got to accompany them, and it's just overall a really good experience to have. Yeah.
So they were out there on the parquet floor.
Yeah.
Getting down. They it's nice. They played DY, so it was two Cape schools together, and just a tremendous game. So you are alone today, but a very informative in your comments.
Thank you.
Just great job. As always, you always have so much great information. Thanks for bearing the cold tonight to be here to give it to us.
Yes, I have a couple questions, or comments. Your midterms, you noted, were 5% of your course grade, and people were nervous because it's been a while. It really is a good experience because pressure is good if it's in little doses and builds, and when you get to college, your midterms are typically a lot more than 5% of your course grade. So that's how, if you approach it, it might make you feel better about the pressure. Getting to the Hawk's Nest, I know that there was the vending machine, and it was placed initially over by the gym. And I'm just wondering, I haven't been in that part of the building for a while, but is that back in use? Do you know? If you don't know, it's okay. I kept forgetting to ask when I was over there. I was just curious.
I personally don't know if it's in use, but I do like see it, and it is stocked up.
Okay,
I don't know if
stocked,
it's like
yeah.
being used though.
Yeah, it was a very, very unique project that was funded by the Cobb Fund. So If it's stocked, the last time I saw it, it was empty, and so that means it must be back up. It's a great learning experience for the students. And DECA, of course, is terrific, and the one thing that you touched on were the officers that, you're one of the officers, I believe? Yes. And that Barnstable has 2 of the 8. 1/4 of the state leadership is from Barnstable Public Schools, and which is huge. And I remember when they were elected last year. Do you remember off the top of your head, and you probably don't, but do you remember who the January student and teacher of the month was by any chance?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. So. If you think of it and you feel like you want to send an email, I just love to hear who's being recognized.
Yeah. Okay. So about that, we do have some plans to get to in student council. We haven't had a meeting in a hot minute since like winter and everybody being busy, and our group has dwindled down a little bit, but we do have some work to get back on to, just like the student and staff of the month. I'd also like to touch base on the state officers. The state officers for DECA are Mila Valentine and Caroline Curley, and I just thought I'd mention it because it's pretty incredible that we have 2 of them. It got recognized that they're not allowing 2 people from one school anymore to be state officers. Now they're making a rule that it can only be 1 per each school. So I just thought that was pretty cool that they like had that influence, that now there's a new rule.
Now they'll go down in history, one and done. See,
it's
it can't
never
be,
happened before.
Barnstable's too powerful. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It's amazing to be a state officer and then to have 2 of them. It was very impressive. So that's a shame, but spread it around. Thank you so much. I know you have work to do. Thanks. Great job.
Have a great rest of your day, everybody.
We shall.
See you next time.
Item 3.2, public comment. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes per individual and 30 minutes total. Public comment at a Barnstable School Committee meeting is limited to Town of Barnstable residents and taxpayers, Barnstable Public Schools employees, students, or family members. Speakers will be allowed up to 3 minutes to present their material and must begin their comments by stating the name and town. An extension of the speaker's time may be granted at the discretion of the chair. There will be no debate or action taken on public comment items. The committee will take items under advisement, or the individual will request an item to be placed on a future agenda. The chair will also allow public comment at her discretion during the meeting. Is anybody here for public comment? Come on up. Please make sure the green light's on the mic.
It's on? It's on. Okay. Good evening. My name is John Kimball. My wife Stacy and I are the owners of Stevens Who's Party Freeze, located at 455 West Main Street. I'm here tonight just to hopefully share some information with you all. If you're not already aware of what I'm going to tell you, now you do. Anyway, so Party Freeze as an institution, it's been around. We're on our 50th year this season. We do open on Valentine's Day in just under 2 weeks. We've been a big supporter of the Barnstable school system for, like I said, 50 years. Whether it be through car washes, through hosting fundraising activities, through the football team, or various sporting activities. We've always been a big supporter of the Barnstable school system, which is why I'm here today to make sure you're informed as to what's happening, what's about to happen across the street from our location at 460 West Main Street. So, which was the Housing Assistant Corporation headquarters. They have moved to the industrial park. In its place, what's going to be moved there is the shelter, the homeless shelter that's located at Winter Street, is going to be relocated to 460 West Main Street. The max occupancy was 50 over there. It's going to be continue to be 50 at its new location, and they will be shutting down the location on Winter Street. So I'm up here as a concerned business owner. My son works with us. My wife were there. We have numerous employees from the Barnstable school system. Just here as a concerned citizen and a concerned business owner as to what this may bring to West Main Street in this location. And I bring up the location because of its proximity to the school system, to High West, which is less than half mile away. The high school is a half mile away at most. And I'm concerned. I'm just concerned at what this may bring. You know, from what we've had conversations with Housing Assistance Corporation, we've had meetings with, and there's number of us that are together in these meetings. We've also met with the Catholic Charities who runs the shelter. Trying to get more information on what the program is, seeing how we can influence the program. We understand housing is an issue and homelessness is an issue in this town. So we're trying to be as helpful as we can, at the same time understanding more of what is happening, because quite frankly, it just doesn't seem that the information isn't flowing. We're learning about this stuff by really doing a lot of digging ourselves, and it's just not sitting well with us. So again, I'm here to just to let the school committee be aware of what's happening, real close to the school system itself, and to spread awareness of what could be, because we care. We care as a business, we care about the school and the kids. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Rick Brigham. I live in Hyannis, and I worked for 27 years at the NOAA shelter. So I have sort of an inside view of things, and I'm here to echo the concerns, because I worked there for 27 years. I consider the people neighbors in need. I care very much for the people that have the needs, but I also see how some aspects, having worked in it, some aspects of the program can actually be harmful to the people who have the needs as well as to the community. And I think with just a few adjustments, that the shelter could be in a healthy way, almost invisible, not even knowing it's there. But the current program, for example, will have a number of people leave during the day. Human nature, yes, some may have appointments, some are going to work, but human nature is finding a place to sit, be throughout those hours that they can't be at the shelter. That's a concern for High West, I hear, Hyannis West. And also the reality is people are coming from many different places, and our neighbors in need sometimes have behavioral issues, which means sometimes the solution is to ban them for up to 30 days. And if there isn't any accountability or follow-up, they're going out into the neighborhood, and there are woods around the school where naturally, and again, it's coming from great care for the folks who are in need, but I think things could be done in a different way, so we're advocating for that. So I think it's really to inform you as the school committee to be aware of this, and I'm very much about bringing solutions. I'm not saying the people shouldn't be there, we shouldn't be caring for them, but there's some adjustments that can be made that could make it safer, not only for the neighbors in need, but for the children, for the community, and even for the staff. So I'm happy to talk more with any of you, so thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Betty Lutke, a resident of Hyannis. I want to echo what John and Rick were saying. And I have met with both of them to try to look at this, be very proactive about this, and with the greatest of care. And I would hope that the school committee would get engaged with this as people who may be impacted. And I say we have John from a business, Rick is a resident, I'm a resident. I've talked to residents who live right behind that building, and the schools are right there. And I think if we work in a collaborative way with what Rick was saying, to try to influence the program and do something maybe a little bit different that hasn't been done at other shelters. This is an emergency shelter which asks their guests to leave during the day. Maybe there's something we can do as a group to come together to find a solution to engage those individuals during the day. So that's what I'm asking for, is the awareness. And John is correct. The information has been coming out in bits and pieces and not in a coordinated way. And I think if we work together, again, as entities that will be influenced by this, then we can get information out in a more coordinated way, a more proactive way, and we can work together for the best outcome for everybody involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anybody else here for public comment? Seeing no one, public comment is now closed. Item 3.3, School Committee, Subcommittee Liaison Reports. Facilities Subcommittee, Andre?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Facilities Subcommittee met. Our next meeting is going to be over February vacation, midweek. Don't have that date right in front of me. But amongst the items we discussed, we looked at our fields across the district and how they can be maintained in a coordinated fashion, how we can work with our community partners on the fields that are our resources across the district. Took a look at Barnstable United Elementary School, the field there that many of our community sports leagues play on, making sure that field is kept in a fashion so that the various leagues that play on that can utilize it and really benefit the community. Along with our fields, we also looked at our fee schedule currently in the district and how that affects our local nonprofit organizations. And I thought it was a productive conversation. The superintendent has looked at the models in a number of different communities. At our next meeting, I'm going to be looking for a comparable fee schedule equivalent to what we have for our local nonprofit organizations made up of Barnstable people servicing Barnstable kids and how they access the facility. It's something that's come up. We've been aware of it, and at the next meeting, we're going to be looking at comparable models to what we have in a different fee category for those hardworking local organizations. Again, the next meeting will be over February vacations at 9 o'clock. The 17th, thank you, Jen. And we will continue those discussions.
All right, Policy Subcommittee met on January 30th. We discussed and reviewed diversity policies, JBB, AC, GBA, and GBA1. No changes were recommended. We also revised policy IKFE, competency determination, which is on the agenda a little bit later. And we created policy JFABB, admission of exchange students. That's on the agenda under new business for recommendation. We do not have a date set, but as always, if there are any policy issues, you can reach out to Courtney's on the policy committee. I'm on it, Sarah Kristen. So Cape Cod Collaborative Liaison.
Thank you, Chair. The last meeting of the Collaborative was on January 14th. We continued to look at the strategic planning for the Collaborative going forward. I was a part of the smaller group meetings, and then at our general meetings, we've been discussing strategic planning. Additionally, we looked at professional development consultation at the meeting, and as well as the upcoming DESE reviews that will be taking place. We looked at the the FY26 quarter 2 report, and there was a number of staffing updates provided by Dr. Hanscom. For the new business, we looked at the 2027 calendar, and our next meeting will be on February 11th. I know we have a budget meeting on that day, so I'll coordinate with Dr. Hanscom relative to my attendance.
Mike?
Okay, so we met on, unlike everybody else's, we only meet quarterly. So we met January 8th. On the agenda, we talked about, they have a newsletter that comes out. And we talked about, it was the winter edition. They kind of finalized that, and that was going to be going out. The next edition will be coming out at the end of March, early April, somewhere around there. Then we broke into small groups, and we talked about nutrition, and then we're kind of getting into, I think it's a good thing. I've always kind of complained, to be honest with you, that all we ever talked about was food and healthy eating, and this is supposed to be a wellness committee, so there's more to wellness than just what you eat. So they are doing I'll be honest with you, the people that are on the committee are doing a lot of work on this, so I don't want to take credit for it. They're doing the work. Screen-free activities. They're really getting into trying to make things. It's funny, Andre, you were talking about the kids reading books, and they're really trying to give out ideas in the newsletter and stuff like that for screen-free activities and kind of getting kids away from their phones and just screens in general. That was kind of what we talked about. The next meeting will be March 5th. So that's that committee.
And then report on the CPPI leadership team.
Okay, so these meetings, as I said before, this is on a grant that the district is given. It's a public-private partnership for daycares. And I continue to be amazed. I've been on here a long time, and I guess I was ignorant about how, never really thought about the private daycares, and there are kids, so I'm an idiot, so it just kind of went over my head, and I literally being on this is really interesting, listening. Once again, I do a lot of listening, just kind of listening to the private and the public side kind of talk. So this one was kind of an impromptu meeting because they got a second grant for $250,000. The problem was, and I don't remember the exact date, but it was literally within 2 weeks, we had to come up with all the ideas on how to spend the grant. So it was an impromptu, put together, really quick meeting. And there were a lot of really, really good ideas from everybody about the different ideas. I'm not going to get into the ideas because it kind of depends. It's kind of behind the scenes, and you got to see where things flush out and where it ends up going. But we kind of did really the meeting was about a brainstorm session about where to put that other money. And it was just our group. I'm sure Sarah's involved in that and Kristen's involved in that, or I'm sure higher people are involved in that. But it was kind of interesting to listen to because there's a lot of people there from the private sector. So it's kind of interesting to listen to the private sector and how we can help them help our kids. It's kind of cool. I've been on a lot of subcommittees over my days, and it's a really cool subcommittee to be on because it's kind of cool about how you kind of you think they're separate, but they're really not. Well, they are and they aren't. But yeah, so that was kind of our meeting. Sorry, I babbled. Sorry. Thank you.
It's all right, your report. Item 3.4, superintendent's report.
Thank you. I've got a number of things. There's so much going on across the district. I'll start by just noting that Kathy and I are continuing to meet with town council leadership and the town manager's office. We have meetings scheduled once per month, and one of our more recent discussions included having town staff come to school committee meetings and share what's going on in various town departments. So just wanted to circle back on that because it's been a little bit since we've talked about it. I want to add a little bit about the BHS Career Fair. I had an opportunity to attend last Friday, and it was really, really impressive. Kudos and hats off to Erin Eastman for establishing and coordinating this. In addition to various organizations and businesses and employers set up in the main cafeteria for the career fair. It was actually a bigger, part of it was a bigger career day where all grade 8 through 11 students participated through their advisories. And they rotated through a series of learning opportunities hosted by the guidance department. It included completing a Maya interest profiler, that is a kind of college placement, career placement website service that we subscribe to. And so they completed an interest profiler. They experienced the career fair, and I'll talk about that in a minute. And then they also saw a pathways presentation as they head into course selection. One of the things that we've heard year and year again is that people don't necessarily know what options are available to them. So the high school, during stable time, hosted presentations so that students can know, what pathways lay ahead as possibilities. I want to give a shout out to Dave Anthony and Bill Cole from the town of Barnstable. They hosted a table at the career fair to share the myriad of opportunities available to students within the town. I was with them for a bit to talk about school opportunities, but they led with questions like, what do you like or what are you good at? And then identifying a town department to coincide. Other notable attendees included the Cape Cod Airport, some local sports gyms, youth sports organizations, and our fire and police departments, landscapers, and more. Students walked around with a passport, earning stamps for each table they stopped in to see, and lots of teachers were there to support their students pursuing various career explorations. So it was really a great job, and I just wanted to kind of add a little bit to the energy that our student envoy shared with you. The commissioner indeed visited Friday, January 16th, and I know that I highlighted it in my community newsletter, but I did want to take a moment kind of on a personal level to just share a little bit about my experience and some of the things he and I and Mr. Canetta talked about as he left. He took great interest in our use of MyCap, which is a program that assists students in understanding their learning plans and future career goals. He was also very, very impressed with our building. He marveled at its size and spaces for instruction, including the childcare area, the library, the school store, and our main hallways and classrooms as he made his way through a very large square footage from the main office all the way to the environmental science and technology lab. He is very interested in asking students, leaders, and staff about the proposed statewide draft graduation framework and how the department can assist us. Something that might be interesting to the general public, I wanted to kind of mention this because over the weekend there was a New York Times podcast related to 2 lawsuits that are coming against social media companies. A few years ago, Barnstable Public Schools participated in a mass action lawsuit against the vape manufacturer Juul, seeking damages for costs that the district incurred as a result of vaping among students. We've spent money on vape sensors, substance abuse resources, and counselors, for example. The case ultimately settled, and along with hundreds of other plaintiffs, we received a modest monetary amount, admittedly modest, but I think even at $8,000 spread across a multitude of plaintiffs, that inflicts a message to a company like Juul. And I think it was really powerful to join forces with districts across the country. At that time, the school committee voted to engage in a second mass action lawsuit with districts against social media companies for the impact of their products on children. And some of the backstory of this is maybe of interest if you wanted to listen to that podcast. Goes into some of the arguments being made related to harm caused to children based on social media. The Barnstable Public Schools case is moving forward as part of a public docket that will be heard in Oakland, California in June. And I wanted to share this with you and the community today, just to kind of give you an update, because it's been a while since we've heard about what ended up happening. I completed the fact form on behalf of the district, and they were asking things like what impact we have seen of social media on students, including things like cyberbullying, including any escalation of issues involving school resource officers, as well as any curriculum that we needed to bring in. So they were trying to gain a sense of the landscape here and what some of the things we've been facing are. So that's an update on that. The Executive Director of Special Education search is underway. The position was posted about 2 weeks ago and will be open at least until February 13th. At that time, we may decide to keep it open longer depending upon the candidate pool, but 4 weeks should be a good amount of time to keep it open. Our consultants are the Teaching and Learning Alliance, and they are collecting resumes and application packets, fielding calls from interested potential candidates, and doing outreach. We have the job posted kind of through our normal channels, which is School Spring or Talent Ed, but we also have posted on a multitude of job boards, including professional organizations and Indeed. The interview team has been assembled from among faculty and staff, administrators, parents, CPAC, and that group will be planning to interview, if all goes according to the current schedule, in early to mid-March, selecting finalists for site visits in the district to meet with more individuals and for us to see them in a second setting in late March. So that's where we are with that. I want to share a couple of highlights, and then I have an enrollment update, which I normally do earlier in the year, but the data was delayed from the Department of Ed. I want to share a highlight from Barnstable Intermediate School regarding the efforts made by the peer ambassadors and some wonderful teacher leaders, Shauna K. Morgan, Jen Taylor, and Deb Contrino. The peer ambassador students organized a One Love campaign to support families who were impacted by Hurricane Melissa. The results came in, and they collected an impressive amount of supplies to send to the hurricane relief efforts, including 831 toothbrushes, 488 bars and bottles of soap, 392 tubes of toothpaste, and 61 other essential hygiene products. So it totaled nearly 1,800 items. Sixth grade, the advisory that had won this friendly competition was Ms. Rossi, with a shout out to Mr. Buckler's advisory, and in seventh grade it was Mr. Little's. So thank you to the empathetic and compassionate students at the Barnstable Intermediate School who wanted to show their love and care in the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa. And lastly, I want to recognize wonderful news that 2 of our students auditioned at the state level for the Massachusetts All-State Music Festival, a remarkable accomplishment because that followed multiple rounds of regional auditions and competitions. This year, Lila Crawley was named one of the top singers in Massachusetts and has earned a spot performing with the All-State Choir in March. This is an extraordinary recognition of her talent, dedication, and artistry. Reaching the state audition level represents culmination of years of rigorous preparation and skill development. The last time a Barnstable student participated in the All-State Festival was in 2020, making this achievement especially significant. Congratulations to Lila. And then to conclude my update tonight, I just wanted to share some enrollment figures with you. This is something that I typically do in November or December. But the state delayed their publication of enrollment, and I think it's important to situate our enrollment trends with trends both in the state and in the region. So while we had our own data, we didn't have data from other places. So we're seeing a trend across the state in enrollment decreasing. So this is our data going back to 2021. And in 2021, we had 4,713 students. It climbed a bit to a peak in 2023, but has been decreasing slightly since then, with a more significant decrease this year. So we had overall a decrease of 170 students. We registered 132 new students this summer, so that excluding grade K, so that gives you kind of a sense of the churn of our enrollment year over year. The number of EL students decreased by 69. The number of economically disadvantaged students decreased by 135. And we're seeing an increase in students with disabilities with 22 additional students. Attrition rates. This is reflective of the percent of students that do not return from one year into the next. The 8th grade year is highlighted. That is typically a year of the greatest amount of choice that students have, whether to go to the tech school if they get in, Sturgis if they get in, St. John Paul. So there's the greatest amount of choice going from 8th to 9th grade. And we saw an attrition rate of 25.5%. We are kind of typically in that range. The other area where we often see a number of students, again, because of the level of choice, is in the 4th to 5th grade range, and the number of students, the 5th to 6th grade range, and the number of students who don't return in that range. There are a lot of choices there as well going into 6th grade. As you know, we've been increasing our outreach, increasing our advertising, increasing kind of recruitment strategies, in particular the showcases, which unfortunately were postponed due to the snowstorm that we had a couple of weeks ago. But they are looking to reschedule those and generate and demonstrate some excitement for the wonderful offerings that we have at the intermediate and at the high school. Public enrollment is up 42 students for enrollment outside of BPS. So this year we saw an increase to Lighthouse Charter. We have seen an increase to Sandwich, which we have a lot of choice. A lot of the choices seem to fall. We don't have the map here, but fall on a geographic range. So if students are living close to the Sandwich line, they may choose into the Sandwich district. It's pretty consistent. Same with DY. The virtual schools kind of surprised me a little bit, with an increase of 12 students, predominantly at the high school, selecting one of the state's virtual schools, and there are 2. This is actually part of a national trend that's happening. There are an increased number of online options that parents are pursuing. So that is part of a national trend. 5 additional students to Mashpee. Sturgis has been increasing their seats, and we have 283 students there, and Cape Tech with 199, which is consistent with previous years. You may have seen the Boston Globe article. The enrollment really went down pretty dramatically in Massachusetts this year by 15,000 students. So the enrollment decrease that we're seeing in Barnstable and that we're seeing actually Cape-wide, kind of follows that similar trend. And the Boston Globe article does kind of pinpoint and point to the impact of immigration and changes related to that. And some of the biggest areas that lost students are some of the more urban areas statewide. Cape-wide, from 25 to 26, these Cape towns, these don't represent every single school or every single district, but these schools had a collective decrease of 651 students. And so I'll give you a moment to kind of take a peek at those numbers. Percentage-wise, the Barnstable Public Schools lands in the middle in terms of percentage-wise. Sandwich, percentage-wise, saw the smallest decrease, although they have been decreasing pretty consistently for the past several years. DY, Monomoy, and Nauset had bigger decreases than we did, I'm sorry, percentage-wise. A little bit of personnel data. I like to take a look at the retention rates. We are consistently higher than the state in terms of retention of our teaching staff, with one anomaly in 2024. And so this data is from the 23-24 year in terms of the percent of teachers who returned to the 24-25 year was 88.4%. In terms of leadership, it's been less so, where we've had more turnover. The 23-24 year into 24-25, we did have some principal turnover, and so that is reflected in the 66.7, which is the most recent number. Our 26 number should be a lot better with more retention. And then additionally, for some staff highlights, these are some demographic, this is some demographic data where in terms of 79 new staff that we brought on board, kind of their age range, predominantly the largest group being in the 30 to 39 age range. And then we did break out race and ethnicity. For anything less than 6, we combined it together into what's called various, because we don't want to personally identify anyone. That is the standard that the Department of Education uses. And so, and then we broke out the licensed educator unit and other positions and identified the percent demographics for race and ethnicity. Wanted to kind of feed this information back to you as we continue to try to diversify our workforce. We have historically been in the 90s for white staff, and so we are continuing to work towards that diversification of staff year over year. And then this is a little bit of a different trend than we have seen in recent years. Of the 79 new hires, only 10 of them live off Cape. In recent years, we've seen as much as 25% of our new hires living off Cape and coming over the bridge, and this is definitely a departure. Kind of anecdotally, I think we hired a number of Barnstable grads into teaching positions this year. We're starting to see some of the folks who went through our program return and come and work for us. And so this is different. And when I think about kind of down the road, the bridges, having people in our workforce be on this side of the bridge, I sleep a little bit easier because I do think that will create some real commuting challenges, and we saw that a couple of years ago when it was taking upwards of 2 hours to have people commuting here from Plymouth. So there'll be more information about enrollment in tonight's budget presentation because the enrollment is directly tied to state aid and also our budget planning. But I wanted to get you this information like I do every year, but I wanted to wait until we had some comparative data to show with respect to the region and the state to kind of make a little bit of meaning out of it. So thank you.
Anybody have, Jen?
Yeah, I think it's really important we have conversations with the municipality too about how the drop in student population affects the need for housing and the conversation around housing. And no one could have predicted the politics nationally and ICE and the other things that are quite literally freezing us out. But I just think it's important that everybody's on board and talking about these things because, I was listening to the Chamber of Commerce talk about, I think it was a thing on NPR about local business and local banks and what to expect. But honestly, without the workforce, with a dramatic drop in the workforce that we've had on the Cape, it's really going to affect our economy and it's going to affect our schools and everything. So I hope there's an opportunity to talk about this with Mark and Andy. So thank you for the data. It's important that we all understand it.
Any other questions? Andre?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's a very comprehensive presentation, a number of items that you put before us. Relative to our student enrollment, I did, to the point, I'm not alarmist when it comes to our student enrollment data, and I want to look at that. I know there's been a 1-year drop, and our enrollment has gone down, and I'm aware of state trends, but having gone to Barnstable and realizing yes, the district has changed. We've always been the largest district on the Cape. But again, I want to just look at this 1 year and then kind of how that moves going forward, because I know that, again, I work in New Bedford, which is essentially twice the size of Barnstable, a large gateway community. And, the point of fact is, these large districts are not going anywhere. They're going to continue to have schools and to be large. So the 1 year projection is good, but I want to see how that plan plays out going forward. Also want to look at the teacher data that you provided. That was good in terms of our new hires and the demographics of our hires. That's obviously something that I'm quite passionate about here in Barnstable and just in my experience. And so interested to see how those numbers are playing out across the district at our elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools. You kind of gave a district perspective, but I'd like to see, and we'll discuss how those numbers are playing out across the district, because there is an emphasis for me at the elementary level, making sure that our staff reflects our community. But thank you for those numbers. Number of things you touched on. The career fair was outstanding. I did see a number of our local businesses participating, enthusiastic, a number of the students that work at these local businesses that are really ingrained in the community. So that was tremendous. The commissioner's report, that will be included in my slides, which won't be delivered at this meeting, but that will be disseminated in the community. It would just seem very positive. We had state representatives in attendance, members of our town council were there, and Commissioner Martinez is somebody that I have great hopes for. Having the chance to hear him speak at the Massachusetts Association of School Committees, Massachusetts Association of School Superintendents, MASC, MASS. The annual conference takes place right here in Barnstable, in Hyannis at the Irish Village. So hearing Commissioner Martinez talk, he previously served in the Chicago Public Schools as their commissioner. This is a role that former Secretary of Education Arnie Duncan once held. And before that, he was the commissioner in San Antonio and also in Nevada. So he has quite the distinguished background. He's also a product of public schools. Comes from a very large family and worked his way up through public schools and now is our commissioner. So I'm pleased with Governor Healy's choice, and it was good to see his visit and getting to know the school community. So that's great. He does talk about the importance, in leadership of recognizing communities and their traditions, their history, the alumni, and how those voices are very important. So that was good to hear. Just a couple other things. The executive director of special education, that job posting remains open. It's been open for a while. I appreciate the update relative to that position. And I know there's a lot of qualified people out there, tremendous amount of qualified people for these leadership roles in the district. And so kind of following that, we've talked about it in our executive sessions, just about, I know we're going to get a qualified person. I know there's a tremendous amount of quality people available. And the 1,800 items that the students at the intermediate school were able to acquire for people affected by Hurricane Melissa, that was great. That was great to hear. So it was a very good presentation. I liked the use of slides and your ability to make a presentation and communicate to the community. And you did a good job. Thanks.
Any other comments, questions? Courtney?
I would just like to reiterate, thank you so much for that, especially being new, being walked through all the data and seeing the trends was wildly helpful, and good luck in the lawsuit. Thanks for all your help.
I just have a couple things. So first of all, I want to make a comment about the commissioner's visit because I knew Sarah would not say this. But during the staff group, when he was speaking to staff, one of the staff members expressed a feeling that staff are feeling supported and safe in the building and thanked the administrators for their leadership. I know this is what we've been working towards as a district, improving the environment, the lack of word, the feeling in the school that everybody's safe and supported. So I was very, very happy to hear that somebody expressed that. And congratulations, because we usually don't hear things spoken strongly and positively like that. So it was nice. I just want to correct, I try to listen very carefully, and I could have not heard accurately, but I just want to make sure that in your comment, it was mentioned that we talked about the executive director of SPED search in executive session. I just think you misspoke. The only thing we did in executive session was set a salary range for the job posting. So I just want to make sure if anybody happened to hear that, or if I heard it wrong, I just want to make sure it's clear that we're not having discussions about that hiring process. And the one thing I noted when I looked at your slides at the 199 students that are attending Cape Cod Tech, I think that's about in line with the number that typically is over there, because they offer a different education, a completely different program. There's a little bit of overlap with the culinary. Perhaps we have a culinary program, they have a culinary program, but these are students who are choosing to opt for a different career path where they can get into the trades earlier. And that is 28% of their total enrollment, because I believe they have just over 700 students in that building. So 704 is what I think I read. So that's 28% of the population is over there. And so that's interesting. And that's it. Thank you so much. So 3.5, Assistant Superintendent Kristen.
Thank you. I did want to we heard from the Community Book Club today, and I just feel like Deirdre did not share everything. She did not want to take the limelight, but I really want to acknowledge the work she's done with this. She started this last year, grassroots, built it up, and is trying to expand this into our other elementary schools as well. It is something that the principals are very interested in, but as you could see, it's a labor of love, and so getting people to be able to be available to support it. She has spent a good deal of time planning, selecting snacks, but selecting the books and really being thoughtful about it. It is a combination of fiction and nonfiction. The students they identify the book in advance of a month in advance, so students have the month to read it before they come together. I had the pleasure of actually joining one of the sessions at BWB last school year, and I walked in and I was surprised to see parents. It is a true community book group. It is students, it is families, and everyone was engaged in having a lot of fun talking about the book. And yes, she does try to bring in a community partner to connect with the story, and sometimes the snacks are actually story themed, so a lot of creativity. So I did want to just share that because she's too humble to share that with everyone. We mentioned that the showcase Snow Out. I do have an updated date for the BIS Family Engagement Night, and that is rescheduled to March 2nd, 5:30 to 7:30. I don't have the BHS date yet, but I wanted to make sure people had that on their radar. And then a couple of updates. So curriculum review, we are in the thick of it. We started our pilots for both the elementary math and secondary ELA. The elementary math started last week, and the secondary ELA started this week. We have 30 teachers piloting math and 15 teachers piloting ELA. These include special ed and ESL teachers that are involved in both pilots. For the math pilot, we have representation from each grade and school, and so that there's this equal representation. I think I said that already. And for the math pilot, half of the teachers are piloting iReady, and the other half of the teachers are piloting Reveal Math. So this is what's requiring the larger number of pilot teachers because those are happening at the same time. For the ELA pilot, we have 2 teachers from each grade level piloting the programs. The secondary level design is a little different, where the teachers are actually piloting both programs. So they're starting with one and then they're shifting to the second. Interestingly enough, just a side note, with Gleam at the elementary level, we did the same, both programs running at the same time. And at the secondary math, when we did that last year, they did one and then the next. So it might be an elementary secondary thing. That's my preliminary feedback on that or assumption. So at the secondary level, they started with Into Literature this week. And so they'll pilot a unit in that program, and then they'll switch over to Think Circa for the second pilot, and that will start in March. I know I'd mentioned previously, but for the elementary math, sorry to be jumping back and forth, they are piloting iReady and Reveal. So, but those are happening at the same time. And then throughout both pilots, pilot teachers will be completing surveys weekly, providing feedback on their respective programs, and those are the surveys shift slightly each week with a different focus area, and the focus for the week is aligned to the instructional vision that's been developed through the curriculum review process by the curriculum councils. So we'll have survey data at the end of the pilots. Other data points to be collected will include student survey data, and this would be for our older grades 3 and above. Visits to other schools who are currently using the programs, input from non-piloting teachers based on their experience, so they'll have an opportunity for peer observations. They'll also have presentations by the pilot teachers, kind of modeling a lesson or modeling the planning of a lesson. And so all of that data will be compiled and reviewed by the curriculum councils for for their respective curriculum reviews, and those recommendations will be put forward to the superintendent in April with a plan for program kickoffs to take place during our May in service. So lots more updates to come, but we are starting the pilots. The teachers are, it's a heavy lift, but some initial feedbacks, and people are really excited with what they're seeing. So I will definitely have more information to share on that. Professional development. This Friday is a half day in service, so students will have a half day of school. Staff will stay on for professional development. Our pre-K 5 will be continuing their professional development series with our consultants from TNTP, supporting multilingual learners through effective Tier 1 instruction. This is their 3rd session of the series. Our educators at BIS will be engaged in a 2nd session with Keys to Literacy. And the high school has a number of focus sessions that are being continued from prior PD days, including co-teaching, Reveal Math implementation, the ELA pilot collaboration, and Genocide PD that's connected with a grant for BIS and BHS. And additionally, at the high school, all staff will have time within their departments to continue their work with the PD series with our consultants Athena K-12 on designing instruction for engagement and impact. So educators have identified the need to have time to apply the learning from the prior PD sessions. So we built our PD cycle so that there would be a school-led component in between the presenter sessions, and so we've built in some of that application time. So within departments, they'll review the key concepts and work collaboratively to apply these strategies to upcoming lessons. And then finally, high dosage tutoring. So we had applied in the fall for high dosage tutoring. We were not awarded this opportunity initially, and DESE has reissued a grant, which persistence is the key here. We applied and we were awarded the grant for high dosage tutoring. It provides tutoring free of cost to students. No money comes through the district. It goes directly to the tutoring company through DESE. But the high dosage tutoring provides one-to-one or small group tutoring. We are actually, the group we're working with is a one-to-one tutoring meeting multiple times a week, 5 days a week for 15 minutes. It is very targeted, specific, based on data. It will run from March through the beginning of June. The initiative will help bring the high dosage tutoring of early literacy directly to students who need it most, giving them the foundational skills that are essential for long-term success. Prioritizing grade 1 students with additional seats going to students in other grades if we have them available. Based on some early conversations with principals, it does seem as if grade 1 will take up all those seats. This is really in partnership with the governor and the commitment for improving literacy education in Massachusetts. It is a huge focus, and so this is why they brought the second cycle back. I was really excited that we were able to get this. As I mentioned, we didn't get the first round award, and both High West and BCIS really were passionate about this work. Not that everyone was, but in particular, their reading specialists had approached me previously about Ignite Reading, which is the tutoring group that will be working with our students. So we were able to, through Title I, actually set up high dosage tutoring for those two schools earlier. We didn't know we were going to have this second round, so they have actually they're a month into the high dosage tutoring, and now we'll be able to have Centerville, West Villages, and BWB jump on. But I did just want to share some initial feedback from High West, and this is from an email. It has been going very well at Hyannis West. They had a thorough onboarding training for the principal, for the reading specialist. There were videos, support for the first grade teachers. Students follow, there's a scope and pacing with formal assessments. There is data meetings monthly, and the 15 minutes students complete the tutoring during their WIN block. And they have regular data meetings with the reading specialist and the principal to check in regarding the progress of students. And aside from the fact that the students are they're really loving it, they are actually seeing some very early impacts, even within, I think it's 3 weeks in. So we're really excited to see what the data shows after 10 weeks and even at a 5-week mark. So again, I'll have more information on that, but I was just really pleased to share that we did end up getting the grant from DESE so that we could expand this to all of our elementary schools to have access to the high dosage tutoring.
Great. Questions, anybody, comments? Andre?
Yes, good presentation. Thank you, Chair. Interested just to high dosage tutoring. Now, is that specific to the student's area of need, or is there a specific, is it for math or is it for ELA?
Thank you. It's for literacy. It's early literacy foundational reading skills, and they are targeting grade 1 because that really is where the roadblocks start predominantly. So they're finding that if we address those learning gaps there, the students will be reading by 3rd grade. And it is based on student needs. They are going to pre-assess students so that they will have exactly the skills that they need to start working with.
That's good to hear. We're speaking the same language, not just because I currently teach at the elementary level, but that early literacy in K-12 education, it's a huge benchmark. And of course, the students are young. You know, that's an age where so many things are happening. They have to learn how to be students. They're kids, right? And you have to. So it takes time, as you know, we see it on a day-to-day basis. But you know, it was great. I appreciate the further shout outs for Deirdre and the book club and the tremendous work that's going on there. But, those early formative years and just getting that acquisition of knowledge, familiarity, fluency, the things that, elementary school teachers understand so well. Sometimes not if you've been teaching at the, as I have, intermediate and high school level, you might not recognize, take some of these things for granted. But that's good to hear that this high-dosage tutoring is taking place at grade 1, getting in there where the students have the needs. I appreciate the information about the curriculum reviews, just so I can understand that better. 30, essentially divided between math and ELA, 30 and 30, if I'm understanding those numbers.
We had 30 teachers participating in the K-5 math pilot and 15 in the secondary ELA.
Thank you. And so they'll pilot it, they'll survey some of the, communicate with others, and then this data will be collected, and it will go to superintendent, and then in May there'll be findings.
So the data collection will be shared with the Curriculum Council. So the Curriculum Council is really the body who makes the recommendation to the superintendent. And so that'll be based on the experience, the data, both through participation, but also what we hear from other districts who are currently using the programs and all of that. That'll be how the Curriculum Council, we call it our consensus meeting, and then that recommendation will go to the superintendent in April.
Thank you. And again, we're talking this budget season and our different type of investments. It just helped for me to understand, we did discuss the curriculum reviews before, but I'd be interested to hear as it gets to that point in April and May, because you're going to have findings, good, bad, or indifferent, and then how those findings can help the district refine our practice to improve going forward. Am I understanding that correctly?
So the outcome of this will be the identification of high-quality instructional materials, new programs for math at the elementary and ELA at the secondary level. We are engaged in the PRISM grant, which we just received confirmation of the extension of that. So we were awarded $422,000 for the purchase of our ELA materials. And then this group approved the math curriculum purchase in last year's budget, because we will be using that funding prior to June 30th. So we'll purchase it this year based on the decisions.
Okay, thank you. Again, just understanding what the curriculum review is, what it entails, and how it's going to help us to improve. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Mike?
Andre, what may help you is, the reason they what'd you call it? What's the group of people?
Curriculum Council.
Thank you. That's the verbiage. So the Curriculum Council is allowing the staff that uses whatever curriculum, whatever it is, at whatever level, it's allowing them to have the say as to what they're going to be teaching in the classroom. That's kind of what it comes down to is because I know what you're kind of asking, and what it ends up being is it used to not be. It used to just go to the superintendent, and the superintendent would make the decision, or they would recommend it, but at the end of the day, they would recommend one, but the superintendent could kind of go where they wanted to go. And there were some issues with that, we'll say. So therefore, the superintendent is kind of pulling herself and giving it to the people who work in the classroom, whether it's high school or K through 5 or whatever it is. And that's what the Curriculum Council is, really the ones that are the staff that works with any given program, and they're the ones who are the experts in it, right? You're a teacher, so why should I be making that decision? So that's kind of, I don't know if that kind of helps you. That's what it kind of means.
That's helpful, just understanding, and we do need to empower those teachers.
Yeah, that's what
to make those day-to-day decisions.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Okay, thank you, Kristen. Great. Old business, item 4.1, school committee 2026-2027 meeting schedule. It was on last month's agenda as the first read. Nobody reported any concerns to me. Did you hear anything on this? No? Okay.
Move to approve the 2026-2027 school committee meeting schedule as presented in tonight's materials.
Second.
Having a motion is there any discussion? Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. New business, item 5.1, approve Barnstable Intermediate School Student Science Fair Club field trip on March 7, 2026 at Regis College in Western Mass. Sarah?
Great, thank you. Teacher Erin Andrews, who runs the Student Science Fair Club, is requesting approval. Your approval is required because it is a weekend trip, but it is just during the day on Saturday, March 7th. Students will be transported and driven by their parents or guardians, and there will be Erin chaperoning 12 of them. This has been submitted to Dave Anthony for his review and mine as well, and we support it. And so we're looking for your approval.
Move to approve the Barnstable Intermediate School Students Science Fair Club field trip on March 7th, 2026 at Regis College, Weston, Mass, as presented in tonight's materials.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 5.2, approve revised job description and title change for the assistant athletic trainer at Barnstable High School.
Thank you. The current job description and role is for athletic EMT, and this is a medical professional to supplement the athletic trainer that we have. The number of teams we have, the locations where they compete or practice, and the expectations for safety necessitate more than one full-time athletic trainer to support the medical needs. The Department of Public Health has issued an advisory that we cannot employ an athletic EMT separate and apart from an ambulance service. And so this recommendation coming from the athletic trainer and the athletic director is to revise the position to be an assistant athletic trainer with the same qualifications as our athletic trainer, but in a supplemental role and a different title. But everything else would remain the same in terms of compensation. And I'm looking for your approval for that.
Move to approve.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Move to approve the continuation of the services of. Move to approve the revised job description and title change for the assistant athletic director at Barnstable High School as presented in tonight's materials.
Second.
Discussion?
I was kind of wondering how that, because I saw that because my two sons, I was wondering how that was going to change that position. So it's been taken care of.
Yep.
I was just curious.
Okay.
I just, when you read the motion, I just wanted, I think
You didn't say trainer.
You said director
You
accidentally.
didn't say trainer.
That's the athletic trainer. So I just wanted.
Sure, go ahead.
Move to approve the revised job description and title change for the assistant athletic trainer at Barnstable High School as presented in tonight's materials.
Second.
Yeah, that was just for clarification, so we're good. All right, any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
And motion carries unanimously. Item 5.3, approve change to outside legal counsel firm. Sarah?
Thank you. One of our attorneys, we have two attorneys. One is Mark Terry, who had been with Merrick O'Connell, and then our student services attorney is Michael Joyce with Nuttall, McAvoy, and Joyce. Just by way of background for everyone, the school committee a couple of years ago had a bid process and a proposal process to secure new counsel, and you decided to engage with these two firms. Mark called last week and let me know that he was leaving Merrick O'Connell. It was actually the week prior that he was leaving Merrick O'Connell to join Stoneman, Chandler, and Miller, and kind of inviting or hoping that the Barnstable School Committee would continue to seek his services as general counsel, but at a different firm. So Kathy and I talked about it. I personally think that having longevity in the role and institutional knowledge and institutional history is really valuable. He and I did talk a little bit about the idea that Stoneman, Chandler, and Miller was the firm that the district had at one point in time. I think notably he would continue to be our he would continue to be our attorney, and we would be working with him on matters for labor relations and general counsel. And then we would continue to work with Michael Joyce on student services and not expand our services with them. So it would be my request, and I think the way the motion is worded is the chair's recommendation to continue the services of outside counsel with Mark, but at Stoneman, Chandler, and Miller.
Let's get the motion on the floor and then we'll have discussion. Courtney?
Move to approve the continuation of the services of outside counsel, specifically Mark Terry Esquire, at a new legal firm, Stoneman, Chandler, and Miller, LLC, as recommended by the school committee chair.
Second.
All right, discussion. Mike?
Somebody else raise their hand?
Well, it
Go ahead,
doesn't
you can
matter.
go. Go ahead.
Everybody will get a chance.
Jen.
I saw yours
I'm not worried
first.
about it. You go first. It's fine.
Kind of have some concerns about this one. I'm not against it. I'm just, having been involved in the process the first time around, I guess my question would be the rate of we're being charged. Like, is everything as in the original agreement that we all agreed upon? Is that all staying? Are we going to the new firm, so therefore we're going to take their rates there? Like, you know what I mean? Because there was a whole different setup with our original firm, and then we decided to get away from them to go with another firm. So my question is, we had concerns.
As I recall from that process, the rates were comparable. It would not be it wouldn't be the same structure that the district had previously, where there was a retainer and then it was everything above the retainer.
That's more what I'm asking, because there was a lot of financial stuff for why we decided to swap firms.
It would be structured more like what we currently have, and if I recall, the bid packages, they were comparable in hourly rate.
Okay. And we're guaranteed that he will be our attorney. We're not going to be put with anybody else.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay with? Oh, no, go ahead, Jen.
That was basically my question, is contractually, are we looking at the same service that we hired Mark for? And if it's more than X amount of dollars, do you come back to the committee and ask?
If I have a misunderstanding, I'd be happy to come back to you. But my understanding is that it's the same structure that we currently have, comparable rate, not what we used to have, which was the retainer, like a retainer practice.
Okay. Yep. Just wanted to make sure that's the way it is.
Any other questions?
Yeah, for me, I appreciate the questions of my colleagues in terms of how this will change, going forward. Gotten to know Mark over the last couple years since he's been on, and he's come to a couple of our workshops, so I have the kind of familiarity there. So I didn't have any issue with having the same individual. But the switch of the firms and how that affects us financially, I would like to be sure that it's consistent going forward.
Any other concerns, questions? Okay. Hearing and I forgot to ask, but I assume that we're set with following him as far as being in line with not needing to, since we're changing, do a bid, since it's the same
You don't
individual.
need to. It's exempt. So attorney services are actually exempt from procurement, but you could choose, and you did, to do a public bid process.
Okay. All right. Any more discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And motion carries unanimously. Item 5.4, suspend policy BGB, policy adoption. I just want to frame this for a minute. I'm requesting that we waive the first read. This policy was already approved on November 5th and submitted to DESE. And as it's being implemented, notice that there were some items that needed to be addressed, and we received a waiver with an extension to resubmit, so the timing is key. We received the timing waiver effective this meeting. So depending on the outcome, we'll be able to get that into DESE on time. Go ahead, Courtney.
Move to suspend policy BGB, policy adoption for item 5.5 on tonight's agenda.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, so policy 5.5, or item 5.5, revised policy IKFE competency determination. And so I can explain a little bit, and then if you have questions, I'll direct them to Kristen and Sarah. But during the committee meeting, what we heard and discussed was that as students were being reviewed for graduation, it was noted that we needed some additional language regarding a local assessment, and you'll see that that's where the update is, so that we have some district-developed assessments that align with the rigor and standards equivalent to grade 10 in the core areas, core subject areas, so that any students who may have entered the district after grade 10 and weren't able to determine competency by the other measures, there needed to be something in place so that they weren't harmed. And then a second, that was one change, and then one addition, and then a second addition that's temporary and specific to the class of 2026 was being able to demonstrate the science mastery by completing an advanced science course, which means the competency for 10th grade had to have been met because they're in a higher level science that required the 10th grade competency. But because it wasn't stated as such, it needed to be added. And then I'm sure you saw that some additional upper level courses were added to the discipline list to demonstrate competency. Did I leave anything out, Kristen? Sarah? Okay.
Move to revise policy IKFE competency determination as presented in tonight's materials.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
And motion carries unanimously. All right, so now we're at item 5.6, create policy JFABB, admission of exchange students. This is the first read. We recently had somebody come from the public and request that we accept an exchange student. At that time, it was noted we have no policy, and Sarah had been looking for guidance. So this policy is proactive for the next time the situation arises, so that the superintendent has adequate guidance. As always, as you're reviewing the policy, if you have any questions or concerns, please direct it to the subcommittee so that we can address it, and then come back and hopefully have it on the next regular meeting for action. Item 5.7, create a community engagement subcommittee. And I'm turning this over to Andre because he requested that this be on the agenda. He framed a charge. I would like him to explain this item, and then we've got to see where this ends with the charge.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And so the reason I requested a community engagement subcommittee is because involvement in local government and events, involvement in local government and organizing the resources, events, and initiatives of the school committee and coordinating these things with the local community is imperative. I don't know if I explained that, so let me just more clearly establish this. We had speakers today come vis-a-vis public comment, and they noted that there was a lack of information relative to important happenings in the community. I see that can also be a challenge for the school committee, and we need to make sure that people in the town have all the information that they need relative to what's going on in the schools and then major proposals. For example, Facilities is a preeminent issue in the district. Our facilities, many of them were built during the post-World War II era. The cost relative to our facilities continues to go up. And so we're having conversations about how we can best manage this essential component of a school system, the buildings that we attend, in the best possible fashion, in the most fiscally responsible fashion, and in the way that the taxpayers will sign on and agree with. How can this process take place if the community is not involved and engaged? How can the community make any decisions if they haven't first put forth input? And so a community engagement subcommittee, it makes sense and it's important just on a basic level. We are a public school system. Who do we serve? We serve the community. And so there should be open lines of communication relative to immediate pertinent matters, i.e. facilities, and then the needs and the desires of the community as they express them. We had a community engagement subcommittee before I came on to the Barnstable School Committee that did this work. And it's, to me, common sense that we would have this committee, again, to involve all of the community and to specifically make sure that when decisions are being made, whether they be major decisions like facilities or whether they be, minor changes. Like I know that in previous school committees, we discussed the start time for schools. And that was a major conversation. Before the Barnstable School Committee makes decisions, particularly big decisions, the community needs to be informed, the community needs to be engaged, the community needs to have significant input, and then those decisions can be made. That's the way that things should work, and this community engagement subcommittee would facilitate that process so that we're making sound decisions, reasonable decisions, and decisions that are supported by a majority of Barnstable residents.
Jen?
Yes, I wholeheartedly agree on community engagement. I just have a couple of questions about the nuts and bolts of the process. So we've engaged a firm to help us with our communications. We have rules on the school committee that the chair and the superintendent only are the ones that communicate with the public for various reasons. So I just, as we kind of march through like how this is gonna form, I think it's important that we have some structure and some guidance from both the firm that we hired, Pierce Cote, and also Sarah and Kathy. You will never ever hear me say we should not have community engagement. I am still waiting for Mark or Andy or whoever to come in and talk to us about projects that are happening in the town that affect our families. I mean, it's very important that we all be talking about the same thing and be on the same page. I couldn't agree more about how when we have large decisions in front of us, like a new school, like declining enrollment, like whatever sewer project, what are we funding, what are we not funding, that we need to have the public's input on that. And the more we reach out, the more likely we are to get that. But just as far as the logistics are of how the communication actually works and whose mouth it comes from, do we on the subcommittee bring it to the full complement of committee members and then it's voted on and then those sorts of things are brought out at meetings? I just want to know how it rolls. So that's all, but I support the idea.
Anybody else?
Let him keep talking. No, go ahead, talk. Let him kind of...
Yeah, Jen, to your point, the community engagement subcommittee, as our other subcommittees function, would have an agenda, have certain items that we are discussing, would certainly take feedback from the community that we're serving related to pertinent matters that they require more information related to. And I used one example, facilities. If we're going to throw around the word override, and that word's going to be associated with the school systems, our school system, Isn't it important that the community understand piece by piece, point by point, what we are proposing? At the current time, relative to facilities specifically, there's a lot of information that is in a gray area and people don't know.
Agreed. I agree with you. I'm just talking about how does the message get delivered if we have these rules and regulations about only the chair and only the superintendent talking to any sort of media or anything else. I just want to be mindful of the rules and make this work. Yes.
I'll just make a clarification and
Go
then
ahead.
Mike
No,
can
go ahead.
talk. There's a difference between the chair and the superintendent being the official spokesperson for communicating something to the public. That is different from having a forum to discuss something, or the facilities committee, setting up something to facilitate a discussion about whatever it is the committee is working on. And so those are two different things. So it's not that the only people in the world who can speak to somebody in the community is the chair or the superintendent. So that is referring to reporting factual information to the public. That's what that is.
It's important to designate.
Yeah. Mike.
So I'm 100% in favor of it, actually. I think it's a great idea because you're right. One of the problems, when Jen was on town council and being on the school committee, we all know is it's hard to get information out. That's the hard part. Other than our meeting once a month, it's always hard to get information out. I learned that extremely quickly when I was the chair during COVID, because that was, you can all imagine how that went. So I'm 100% in favor of it. I think we just have to be, I just agree with Jen. How I have no problems with making it. I just think it has to have guardrails on it so that there's one or two school committee members on this, whoever it is, and they need to I talk to people from the public all the time, but what I say is I am not speaking for the whole school committee. I am speaking as an individual. So the thing is, and the other thing we've had problems with other subcommittees that we've set up is people assume because you're talking at school committee and they're like, oh, like that's what's going to happen. That's only one or two school committee members. It has to come back to us for an entire vote. So that isn't setting anything. It's not really doing any policy. And that's, I'm not saying you, that's the type of guardrails that, having been on here and set up a bunch of different subcommittees, that's the guardrails I've learned from the mistakes that I've made in the past, or we've made in the past as a school committee, is it needs to be very, and we did have a community engagement, but that was more, to be honest with you, they had a very specific task, and it was I believe that was the one that, correct me, you probably know, wasn't that the one that came up with the mascot? I think that might have been the community engagement one, might have been the one that did the mascot. Was that subcommittee, or was that, no, that wasn't culture and climate. I think that was that subcommittee, and they had a very specific charge about dealing with the mascot. So that's why I'm talking about like the charge, like what they're in charge of. This one would be a little bit more of a broader charge because you can't make it too specific because it's kind of up to what people bring to you and whatever's going on at the moment. Jen, would it be something like the school committee sets the agenda maybe versus the chair or the vice chair? Would that? But that kind of defeats the purpose.
I actually kind of like the idea of ad hoc, because then you deal with one issue at a time, and things don't get out of control. It stays very focused, and you bring that back to the committee, and then the committee votes on it, and we move forward that way. I think that's a really clean way to do it. Actually,
what's that? Just having
the ad hoc idea where you do it for one specific reason.
Well, that's why we did, because we didn't want them to start wandering all over God's creation. So we did one specific thing. We did I was one who was involved in setting it up because I was the chair. So we set it up specifically for that. And as soon as that was over, that's why we got rid of community engagement, because they had met their objective, we'll say, and then therefore it got.
Or it could be a standing committee that goes through, like maybe the first thing we do is we go out and kind of assess what the major concerns are. and then, work toward one thing at a time, just so it's organized and focused, and you actually get somewhere. I feel like if we start on 5 different things.
Well, and this is going to be spinning your tires.
That's what I'm
Nothing's
saying,
going to be done.
yeah.
It's going to be overwhelming.
Yeah, so I love the idea of, y'all never say no to community engagement. I think it's incredibly important. So however we work it out.
Yeah, if I could just thank you for providing that feedback, and I'll just address it in order. Yes, the Community Engagement Subcommittee was the subcommittee under which our mascot was previously changed. Yes, that is what took place about 4 years ago. So there's no misunderstanding. The 21, the decision was made. 22, the change was made. And relative to that decision, many community members have questions and were unaware of certain things within the process. Not that that's going to be what this committee will take on, but it's an example, if you want to use the historical perspective, of took place under that subcommittee, and community members to this day have said, I didn't understand certain pieces of it. I have certain issues with it. How is this being addressed? They have concerns, which are important and valid because they're notable members of the community. Relative to the charge, it's similar to the subcommittees that we have. I appreciate the questions. I think it's a collective decision. It's a collective conversation. But the Community Engagement Subcommittee is not any different than the Facilities Subcommittee, the Policy Subcommittee that we currently have constituted relative to the charge. The charge is the subcommittee is tasked with evaluating the Barnstable Public Schools community partnerships and making budgetary and policy-related recommendations to the school committee.
Can you just read that? I'm sorry. Can you just read that one more time?
I will read it
just
again.
really slow.
This subcommittee is tasked with evaluating the Barnstable Public Schools community partnerships and making budgetary and policy-related recommendations to the school committee. So in layman's terms, just as our facilities subcommittee meets, forms an agenda, discusses those items, solicits feedback from the community who pays the taxes for these things to take place, and then brings that information to the school committee, a community engagement subcommittee would have the same modus of would operate in the same fashion. So I don't know if that explains your questions. It's the same as what we already have for facilities and for policy related to, again, community partnerships and making budgetary and policy related decisions. I will come back to my initial point. There's not going to be any movement relative to major issues like facilities unless the community is well aware, well informed, and engaged in the decision-making process. Yeah. It will not either happen or it won't be effective. We can make a decision that people aren't aware of, don't feel confident in, and then that decision will not be sustainable.
I don't think anyone's arguing that point. Here's my question. Who's bringing up the topics, the community or the representatives from the school committee? That's the question.
Based on the composition of the committee, we will make those decisions based on the feedback we get and relative to items where we feel there needs to be movement. And a foremost item, as you can tell by is going to be facilities.
Right. So who's on the committee? It's school committee members. Are we inviting members of the public in? Like what?
1 second. So committee composition is in the next agenda item. So first of all, when Andre brought this up, we went back and forth before it went on the agenda. We have 2 types of committees that can be established per policy, a subcommittee or an advisory committee, and they have 2 different charges. In both cases, though, clear in the policy BDE and the policy BDF. Subcommittees at any time can be created provided that these subcommittees are created for a specific purpose and to make recommendations for committee action. That's on subcommittees. The advisory committee states a similar thing in item number 1. Advisory committees will be created by the school committee to serve as task forces for special purposes or to provide continuing consultation in a particular area of activity. So what I'm hearing, which is why I wasn't clear exactly, but what I'm hearing is very open-ended. But to answer the direct question, who sets the agenda, if it's a subcommittee, the subcommittee chair is responsible to create the agenda. If there is a public discussion that is wanted centering around facilities, we already have that subcommittee. You run the subcommittee. We have 2 people on the subcommittee. If you want to run a community forum or get input from the community about specifically facilities, that already exists. The initial, when I did some research, the initial charge for the Community Engagement Committee was before we had all the things in place that we have now, and the specific outcome was to come up with a mechanism for being better engaged, and the end result was what we have in our Community Engagement Center. That was the first charge.
Right.
And
That's right, the Community Engagement Center was the original.
And
That's
Barbara
right.
Dunn was the chair
That's
of
right.
that subcommittee. And
That's
then they came back, that
And we changed
charge
the
was
charge.
finished.
Yep.
And she came back and requested that the committee continue, and the charge was the mascot. And then that finished.
And then that's when we
that
disbanded it.
disbanded, the committee was disbanded.
Because they had those, because they didn't, well, she was getting off, so that therefore there was nobody that was going to take it over.
Nobody was interested,
Right.
and there was no specific purpose.
Charge, well, and there was, yeah,
Right.
there was no,
So I'm going to give, Jen and Andre and Mike have talked. If, Courtney, do you have anything that you want? Yeah.
So, Andre, I've got a question just for clarification, and I'm still somewhat new. How would this be different than public comment, right? So we kind of talked about as a member of the community, it's a little confusing about the process. So if I'm a member of the community, like the great public comments we heard today, I just worry, would it be confusing for the public if should they be contacting the subcommittee directly, or should they not be coming to public comment? Can you kind of speak to how you differentiate from that?
Yeah, sure. The public is welcome to do both. You're welcome to come to our meetings and raise your voice and speak to all of those issues. You're also welcome, vis-a-vis this proposed subcommittee, to reach out to an individual school committee with a concern that you have, which can be placed on the agenda. That concern can be discussed, you can have feedback, input relative to this agenda. And I've mentioned facilities. We've talked about, yes, the mascot was something that this subcommittee proposed, but how about we talk about academic achievement? How about we talk about fees? Community engagement is community engagement, and the matters that are pertinent, that are pressing with the people in Barnstable, and it's a forum for us to have discussions, for us to solicit feedback, for us to hold not just smaller meetings, but to hold further community meetings can be planned through this. And again, I'm proposing what we already have here, and I'll state this for the last time. This composition is the same as the current subcommittees that we have that are functioning and that are, we've had a very spirited debate, and they have a role that's important, and I have not raised one objection, although I appreciate the conversation here. This is a little bit more concerted than the 2 subcommittees that we've enacted and that have been longstanding. Folks, this is a reconvening of a previous subcommittee. We've had this. It's looked at different matters. I'm not understanding, for me, when you have individuals willing to put forth their time to do this work that can't have a benefit, I don't see really any detriment, just as I don't see any detriment with our currently existing subcommittees. Thank you.
Sorry, just one more question with that. Again, I'm sorry I'm new, but so with subcommittees, are the general public all invited to come and participate in the discussion?
Always. Yeah.
No. So when we have the policy subcommittee meeting, the public may attend, but there's no public comment, there's no discussion. When it depends on it depends on what the charge of the committee is. It doesn't mean you can't have a guest come in. We've had, with the policy subcommittee, it's handling policies for the district, and key personnel in the district come in and provide input. For example, when we were doing food service, who was the guy? Oh my gosh, he's gone. Dave Bedeau. I knew it was Dave. Dave Bedeau came. It just depends. When it's talking about graduation policy, the principals come. We have different people that come. And when we did the whole big policy review, each section that had student support services, then the director of student support would come regularly while we discussed those policies. So it's not open where it's whoever felt like attending. That sounds more to me like a community forum about a specific issue. You brought up changing the start time. There were lots of community forums when there was a discussion that started with the school committee, and this is before I was on it, but I attended them, and I distinctly remember the school committee was talking about start times, and that they didn't form a subcommittee, but there were some forums that were run specific to that. When you are putting together a subcommittee, whether there was a similar one that existed or the same name of a subcommittee that existed, according to the policies, it needs to be and have a specific purpose to come and make a specific recommendation on that purpose to the school committee as a whole, or to bring back information.
Right. I just have a question I want a clarification on, if you could. So with subcommittees, the chair of the committee could not have they're all public meetings. So they're all posted publicly, so anyone can come to those meetings.
Anybody can come.
Anybody can come. And the chair can decide whether or not to allow public comment, right?
Typically, I would say the bottom line would be, yes, the chair would be able to do something and have a public comment, I think, but I have to look into it. I could be wrong. Historically, and I remember when we had MASC representation, and we were told that in our regular meetings, we have public comment. In our budget hearing meeting, we have that whole hearing is about public comment. When we have a special meeting about a specific topic, we do not hold public comment.
But you could.
If we decided, it would have to be posted and we would have the public comment.
Of course. Yeah.
So, and it's the same thing, it would be an agenda item.
That's right.
We invite the public each and every meeting to ask us if they have a topic that they would like on an agenda for a discussion or a topic. We have that. We have the facilities committee. You two that are our representatives on the subcommittee, you could decide that you may want to host a community outreach, a community discussion, a community forum about a specific item that you're discussing within the scope of the facilities, and you could do that, and you could organize it and run it. My concern is I'm not clear. I have a concern because I'm just not clear. Evaluating community partnership. When I hear the word partnership, and it could just be I'm coming from a different angle, partnerships are there's some, that's actually a somewhat of a legal term if you form a partnership with somebody. We have the superintendent sitting on many outside groups, and so did the previous superintendent, began engaging more with the public and attending these other organizations in town to hear, to listen, to represent the schools, answer any questions that might come up about that organization. When I hear the word evaluate, I'm thinking you're coming back to the committee and you're saying, this is good, this is bad, about the partnership. And I'm uncomfortable with that. That's how I'm interpreting it. That's just my interpretation. Making budgetary recommendations, we make budgetary recommendations, and the public can speak to the budgetary recommendations. We have 4 to 6 meetings about the budget. And so, and then when something specific comes up out of the facilities committee, I'm expecting to hear coming out of the facilities committee who was charged, and I'll read the charge, I can read the charge. That's what you're coming to us with out of the facilities subcommittee. So to create another subcommittee to talk about facilities again, and it's the same inside people, 2 school committee members, the superintendent has to be on it for ex officio, and the topic seems to sound familiar to what your charge is for the facilities.
Can I ask a question like that? Just as, I mean, are we inventing the wheel here? I can't imagine we are. What do other communities do for community engagement from school committees?
Yeah, go ahead.
So one of the other things that Barbara Dunn ran was the chair of the community engagement for the entire length of it, and they kind of kept bouncing around to those 2 different charges, because that's right, I remember that's right, they were doing the community engagement, right, at HYCC, because we didn't have one, and they wanted to bring everything, because you had to go all over the district, so they wanted to bring it all into one thing. That's what the whole thing was. One of the other things, and I don't know if this will help, but the community engagement, if she had stayed on, or if the community engagement subcommittee had continued, the next topic that they were going to do, because they were looking more literally for community engagement side of it, was going to be to do a newsletter that was going to go out to all 4,900, but that was more and give our email addresses on it. Give like that was going to be what they were going to go to next, is more of a email that was going to go out to all. Could even, I was on the subcommittee, so I'm not sure what they were thinking, but there was even some talk about going out to all residents every 6 months or whatever. This is your school system type of thing. Like it was going to go to all not taxpayers, but all residents of the town of Barnstable. So it was going to be even more than just the schools, because what you're talking about is not stuff that is just a school thing. It's a taxpayer. I mean, I don't have any kids in the schools, but you know what? I own 2 houses in Barnstable, so I'm a taxpayer. So that matters to me, you know what I mean? So it wasn't just going out to parents. They were going to start doing a newsletter like every 3 months, and then every other one was going to be more community stuff, and that was going to go to all residents of the town of Barnstable. Kind of like this is what your schools are. So that's kind of where the community engagement was first, about the community engagement center, and then the next thing, their next charge, we swapped it, and they went to the mascot, and then after that, their next charge, but Barbara didn't she didn't rerun, and she was all done with being on the school committee. The next charge where they were going was to do something about engaging the community in writing and sending out newsletters like every 3 months, and it was going to be about all the schools, and then not about just one specific, kind of like your presentation you do, kind of like all the schools, right? Like it was going to be kind of that, but in like a newsletter, but not about such like more big issues amongst all of the schools. And then every 6 months they were going to do one that was going to go out to all taxpayer or all residents of the town of Barnstable. So I don't know if that helps, because that kind of gives you a charge, but I'm just saying that the other thing I'm kind of hearing is, to me, you kind of reading the advisory board versus the subcommittee, to me, where it doesn't have any, isn't kind of the difference. Can you read those one more time? The difference in this almost sounds more like an advisory board than a subcommittee.
The subcommittee of the school committee, the Barnstable School Committee, will have no standing committees. It may, however, establish special subcommittees at any time, provided these subcommittees are created for a specific purpose and to make recommendations for school committee action. 1, subcommittees will be established through action of the school committee. 2, the committee chairs, subject to approval by the committee, will appoint the subcommittee chair and its members. The subcommittee will be provided with a list of its functions and duties. 3, the subcommittee may make recommendations for school committee action, but it may not act for the school committee. 4, superintendent of schools will be ex officio members of all special subcommittees. A subcommittee will be dissolved by the school committee upon completion of its assignment, or it may be dissolved by a vote of the school committee at any time. 6, all subcommittees of the school committee are subject to the provisions of the open meeting law. And then policy BDF, advisory committees to the school committee. The following general policies will govern the appointment and functioning of advisory committees to the Barnstable School Committee, other than the Student Advisory Committee, which is governed by the terms of the Massachusetts general laws. 1, advisory committees will be created by the school committee to serve as task forces for special purposes or to provide continuing consultation in a particular area of activity. However, there will be no standing overall advisory committee to the school committee. 2, if an advisory committee is required by state or federal law, its composition and appointment will meet all guidelines established for that particular type of committee. 3, the composition of task forces and any other advisory committees will be broadly representative and take into consideration the specific tasks assigned to the committee. Members of the professional staff may be appointed to the committee as members or consultants as found desirable. 4, appointments to such committees will be made by the school committee. Appointment of staff members to such committees will be made by the school committee upon recommendation of the superintendent of schools. 5, tenure of committee members will be 1 year only unless the member is reappointed. 6, each committee will be clearly instructed as to the length of time each member is being asked to serve, the assignment the school committee wishes the committee to fulfill, and the extent and limitations of its responsibilities, the resources the school committee will provide, the approximate dates on which school committee wishes to receive major reports, school committee policies governing citizens, committees, and relationship of these committees to the school committee as a whole, individual school committee members, the superintendent, and other members of the professional staff, and responsibilities for the release of information to the press. 7, recommendations of committees will be based upon research and fact. 8, the Barnstable School Committee possesses certain legal powers and prerogatives that cannot be delegated or surrendered to others. Therefore, all recommendations of an advisory committee must be submitted to the school committee. 9, advisory committees created under this policy are subject to the provisions of the open meeting law. The Barnstable School Committee will have the sole power to dissolve any of its advisory committees and will reserve the right to exercise this power at any time during the life of any committee. And those are in our policy manual that everybody can pull up right now and look at, you know, because when you see it in writing, it's easier to absorb. But I think you can have a continuing school committee that continues on, but you still have to identify your charge. And you can change your charge you can recommend to the school committee, and the school committee can change the charge. But to have a very broad-based, open-ended discussion about all the community partnerships, if we're calling the public in, if they want to come and comment on anything that they want, that's public comment at a meeting. If it's a specific topic that we're trying to get information about, like the facilities, if we didn't have the facilities committee, I'd say, sure, form one and talk about the facilities or get input. And it's not for us, if we're getting input, it's for us to share facts, but then we want to hear and listen, but to respond, we have to be careful about the response. And so you can do your facilities input already. That's not keeping you from having your community engagement regarding your facilities. That is already put together and exists. When I'm thinking about adding a subcommittee, we need to have a purpose with an outcome and then be able to have action items. So we did that with the roadmap, right? We pulled it together and then we finished, and then we're going to report on it at the end, you know, as we're making progress. But, you know, I'm confused. I'm confused about what the focus is. And so once there's a focus, then we can put the motion together and somebody can make the motion with a more direct focus and outcome. And that's how we would go. And I am concerned about staff, because if it's repeating discussions in some way, shape, or form that we're already working on that with people, then is it a duplicate? And are we having people attend meetings for the same purpose twice? Which then, if they're staff members, you know, they're doing the same thing twice and they're taking away from getting other work done that needs to be done. So that's just my concern. Andre.
Thank you, Chair. As I alluded, just to make it clear, I have two points to make to the community. And so for policies, the charge. This subcommittee is tasked with reviewing all policies and recommending revisions to the school committee. That's their charge. Facilities, their charge. This subcommittee is tasked with evaluating the Barnstable Public Schools facility options and recommending budgetary and policy-related recommendations in the future. That's their charge.
Can you just read that one more time? Sorry.
For facilities? Yes.
Yeah, that's on it.
This subcommittee is tasked with evaluating the Barnstable Public Schools facility options and recommending budgetary and policy-related recommendations in the future. That's their charge. Proposed for community engagement. This subcommittee is tasked with evaluating the Barnstable Public Schools community partnerships and making budgetary and policy-related recommendations to the school committee. Just wanted to, so the community understands what I'm proposing versus what we currently have. I've heard the feedback and I've taken it, and
Can I just ask you one question? Just so I forgot my question now. So you're just facilities, and I know we have a facility committee, but I understand what you want to do. I understand that you're using facilities as an example, and I get that. I get it's more than that. It's kind of with all the stuff that all of us get emails about from the public. You want to have a spot where they can come and talk about. Is that kind of like?
I am open to the feedback from the entirety of the public.
Right.
In terms of what your issues are, what your concerns are, how Barnstable Public Schools would be better. As I just established, the framework is no different than the current frameworks in place, whereas the chair and the other member, if there's more than one member, take in all the feedback, you create an agenda that's publicly posted. Those are the guidelines for our meetings, and we take all of that information so that we're crystal clear, people, and we make a recommendation to this body in terms of the final decision. The subcommittee does not make any final decision.
No, and I get that. So the only difference that I think that I'm having a problem with, to be completely honest, the only thing that I understand what you want to do. The only difference is the subcommittees we have a specific charge. Yours is on facilities. You're only dealing with facilities. She's only dealing with policies. I'm only dealing with wellness. So that's a specific charge, and I understand what you want to do. I get it. It's a good idea. The only problem is it's not for me. And we've had this conversation. Just to let you know, it's not just this subcommittee. We've had this conversation a ton of times. The charge is the hardest part to figure out, because it's got to be specific enough, but not so specific that it handcuffs you either. It's got to be like, and that's the hard part, is the people who bring up the subcommittees or the advisory boards want it more open-ended, and the other people on the school committee are like, maybe it should be a little bit more tighter. So this is discussion we've had on air. I don't know how many times you've been involved in this, but I've been involved in a ton, and this is the conversation that happens all the time. So I don't, would it be feasible to then, make, and it's going to be kind of a pain in the neck, but would it be feasible to say about one specific issue, the first issue that we want to tackle with this community engagement, make that's a specific charge, and as soon as that's done, if you have 4 meetings and it's done, then we bring it back, we put it on the agenda, and we change it again. I don't understand, why can't we change it more often?
Mike, just to that point, and that does make sense.
1 second, Jen had her hand up before you. Jen?
Yeah, I just wanted to say a couple things. So on the town council, we all had office hours. right? And I know you're very active in the community and your office out. You're on the court. You're having office hours. You're like
You're
at school.
always
You're
having
office hours. You're on the phone coming. So like you're getting feedback, and so there's a lot of priorities that you have that you want to discuss. But office hours went a long way to bringing forward agenda items and subcommittees when I was on the council. I don't have office hours as a school committee member, honestly. But then I also think there's a lot of concentric circles here, or like a lot of overlapping interests with Pierce Cote, for instance. I would like to see what other communities do with community engagement, whether it's ad hoc subcommittees or it's, the advisory boards or whatever it is, because I just would like to double click on it and find the best way to make it the most effective possible. I support the idea. I always support community engagement. I just don't want it to become like a black hole of priorities that never get solved. So I think like some order to the chaos would be like a really good way to go. I would like to talk to Pierce Cote about it and see what they have in mind or what they've seen, because I'm sure there's other communities that are doing it.
And that's something you could you want to take the lead on that research and take a look at what the other school committees are doing for community outreach, Jen? That's a good suggestion.
I don't need another part-time job, but I can do that, yeah. I mean, I'm saying that
And
if
you
I'm
could
having to
come
vote
back.
yes, then that's...
You can come back and report on that. Andre?
Yeah, just to make my final point, thank you so much, Chair. Folks, as we learned at tonight's meeting, 170 students that previously attended Barnstable Public Schools are no longer attending Barnstable Public Schools. Approximately 200 students, Barnstable residents, are taking their talents to Cape Cod Tech, and I thought it was 283, close to 300 students, Barnstable students, are taking their talents to Sturgis.
Point of information, the Cape Cod Tech students were not in addition to, they were part of that number that was in the superintendent's report.
Thank you so much, Chair. Hundreds of students, Barnstable residents, taking their talents elsewhere. That would be student retention, which is what I ran on. It appears to me that the Barnstable School Committee needs community engagement.
So,
Mike?
I didn't think we were going to go here, but I'm very well engaged with the students, and I actually talk to a lot of the students that go to it. So if you would like to have a conversation off here, I would be happy to talk to. I talk to kids from both of those schools actually quite a bit with my outside life, and I actually talk to a lot of them about why they have left Barnstable. So I personally, as a school committee member, am very, very well informed as to why those 283 kids, or a lot of them, are going to Sturgis. And I can also, I've talked to a lot of the kids that go to the tech as to why they don't go to Barnstable. But the tech is very easy. We don't offer electrical. We don't offer HVAC. We offer culinary, but all the other ones we don't offer because we can't legally, because we can't be in competition with a tech school. So that one's kind of an easy one. But I kind of like, I just wanted to let the public know that I am very well engaged with the community. And I'm sure other colleagues are. I don't want to, I'm speaking only for myself, that I'm very well engaged with the community. And I have talked to a lot of those students and their families as to why they're not. So that's just as far as this, I don't really want, I think what Jen is saying, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Jen, but I don't really want to vote on this because if I don't have enough information right now, and if I vote on it, I'm going to vote no because I just don't have enough information. And if we vote no on it, then we can't bring this up for another year by the law. So what I would think is maybe we should table this and maybe get some more information from like.
We don't have to table because
Okay.
we don't have a motion on the floor. We're just having a discussion
Okay.
here. So
can it be? Do we have? But isn't it an action
well,
item?
Jen suggested taking a look at other school committees, reaching out to the other school committees, seeing what they do for their community engagement, and volunteered to come back and.
Oh, wow.
I
You didn't even put it on the agenda, Jen, and yet you're the one who have to go find all the information out.
That's amazing. It's not even my item.
Well, I mean, you don't have to do it if you don't want to do it.
I'm saying that's what I need in order to move forward with it. So if somebody wants to reach out to Pierce Cote and give me the 30,000-foot view on what it is, then I can vote yay or nay. I don't need to be deputized.
I do think Pierce Cote has been contracted for a very specific purpose. And we can rely on them for some suggestions, which we do. And the superintendent has gone out. I mean, I listened to her on the radio, had an enjoyable Sunday morning. Well, she was pummeled with questions she had no idea they were going to ask. And we've had some additional, a lot of additional positive press that they've helped us with. And they guide us with our communications when we have a specific concern that we want to make sure that we're broadcasting a clear message. We can certainly ask the superintendent to reach out for their opinion, but I don't think it's their position.
Well,
I don't think it's their
committees?
responsibility to reach out to other school committees.
But how about,
Mike?
Andre, you put this on, so I don't know if you want to reach out to other school committees and see what they do, or you would put it on. I just would need information to vote on it, like others, see what other towns do, because I'm not against it. I'm really not. I just, we have to figure out a way to do it and make it a little more narrow, but yet still go forward with it. So I don't know if you're interested in doing that. If you're not, then it'll kind of die, because I have no interest in looking into it.
Yeah, Mike, I'm certainly interested in doing that and reaching out
if
to
you
the,
could just find out,
to the different
kinda what other
communities,
places do.
and I will. I'll most certainly
Just kind of bring back more information.
go ahead and do that. I'm also receptive to tabling this to a later time.
There's no motion to table. We don't have a motion on the
So
floor.
can we just put this on the agenda again when we
can go
get all
back-
the information?
Yeah, we'll have an update. It'll go under old business. We'll have an update. I would appreciate having something prior to the meeting to read to, if you can
Yeah.
pull it together and have it posted on diligence and identifying who does what. And so now it's Andre's going to take the lead.
Sorry.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. All right. Any more discussion? Okay, so now we're on item 5.8. We don't need it, so
Can I actually just ask a question about
Sure.
that too? So when Andre's finding out what other communities do, can you also kind of add in, and I'm not saying specific members, but and that was going to be my next question with all of these is who are you thinking, and I'm not asking it now, I'm thinking just when you give us the information, not only what other people do, but also if you can give us what you're kind of thinking of for membership, you know what I mean? How are you going to find members, I guess?
So an example would be when we put together the committee for hiring the superintendent, we had a framework for who we wanted on it. We didn't name individuals. We knew we wanted it broad-based. We knew we wanted representation from key areas. We solicited and advertised, and anyone who was interested in serving on that search committee could do so. And then Joe Nystrom and I were on that, and we went through, we gave a structured thing, tell us who you represent, why you'd like to serve, and then we made our recommendations to the full school committee. And so it doesn't need to be that
And that's
hiring a superintendent is much
Well, I'll be honest with you, that's the
different,
same thing
but
we did with the community engagement, because you're looking for people from, it's the same thing, because you're
All
looking for
different
people from all
areas.
over the community, all different areas of the community, all different representatives from the community. So if you could just kind of put together, because I don't want to keep kicking this can down the road either. So that's just a bunch of questions I'm going to have is kind of who you think should, who you think should be on it.
We'll revisit in March.
all right. So I'm going to request a vote to remove item 5.8 at this time, and it will go on the March agenda as well.
Move to remove item 5.8 and 5.9 from tonight's agenda to be put on the.
No, 5.9 also you?
That's why I said 5.8 and 5.9.
No.
Oh, no.
Just 5.8.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, 5.7 and 5.8.
We talked about 5.7.
Oh, okay.
We're done with 5.7, and we have a follow-up, and it will go on as old business
Okay, so
at
you
the
want me
March
to just
meeting.
move to remove item 5.8 from tonight's agenda?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And that carries. We'll put that will follow. They go hand in hand. All right, 5.9. This is just a discussion on bringing school committee comments back to the agenda. Sure. Jen.
Okay, so this struck me, this was very shocking to me to do away with school committee comments, and for several reasons, but primarily because I feel like it's a really important conduit for school committee members to speak to the constituency that takes time to come here and see us. So removing it from the agenda automatically rubs me the wrong way. It truncates our ability to communicate with the people that put us here in the first place. So when I double-clicked on it, it's a recommendation from the MASC, not a requirement from the MASC. So in my mind, one person unilaterally deciding whether or not we should communicate with the people who put us here is a little bit of an overreach. I think it's something that should be discussed by the full complement of the committee. I think I was pretty clear about that last time. Furthermore, the reason that it was suggested that we should do away with school committee comments is to avoid a possible open meeting law violation. Well, I don't arrest my neighbor or have him arrested because he might harass me. If an open meeting law violation happens, and I know because I've been involved in one in the past, there is a mechanism to report that, and there's a mechanism for it to be resolved. So I feel like it's the punishment doesn't fit the crime, even though there's no crime, and it doesn't allow us the leeway and the latitude that we need to be sitting on this committee. I feel like, especially in this day and age with national politics surging the way it is, the worst thing we could ever do is truncate our ability to speak to the people. To me, it's very Spartan, and it's not in the spirit of democracy, which is always messy. I know it doesn't fit nicely into an Excel spreadsheet, but what the people feel is really important to me. And me communicating with them is also very important. So I feel like it just curtails communication. And it seems to be, quite honestly, in response to some stressful conversations we've had on this dais, that I feel like we rectified a lot with our meeting with Mark Terry, that we're going to swim together in one school and work as a team and be respectful. And I just feel like this is getting out in front of a problem that we don't have. And it really upsets me. I have to say it really upsets me to have one person decide that for the committee. It's not fair. If it were a regulation, it would be one thing, but it's a recommendation, and it's up to us to decide whether or not that fits our community or not. And I vote no, it does not fit our community. So I know that the whole spirit of it was to keep it neat, keep it tidy, prevent open meeting law violations, but for me what it does is it really prevents me from hearing from and speaking to the people that put me in this position in the first place. And I find that insulting, honestly. And I don't want to go that way. So thank you for letting me speak.
Anybody else interested? Andre?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So we had community members that took the time out of their busy schedule to come and speak at our public comment relative to a matter that's impacting them, and that's impacting all of our schools. And they talked about limited information and misinformation that was, in essence, adding insult to injury, right? This was taking place that was potentially harmful to a long-standing and well-beloved business in our community. But then along with that, not just that it was taking place, but that they felt blindsided in the process. So it was insult to injury. We are elected officials. Andre King didn't put himself up here. In fact, if other people had to, Andre King might not be here if people had the decision to make who is. No, we're elected to be here. And we are elected volunteers. Okay? Right? We speak for the people that put us in this position. If we don't have school committee comments, how can we be the voice of the citizenry that voted for us to be in this very position? And so, I'm at a loss as an educator, as a history teacher. I teach civics. Civics, first part of the classes, we deal with the Bill of Rights. I taught civics at Barnstable High School during the hybrid year, 2020, 2021. Those students have now graduated and are moving on to their future success. Okay? The First Amendment, freedom of speech. And for an elected body to curtail free speech by individuals put in position to be the voice of the community, it's anathema to me. On a philosophical level, on a personal level, across the board. Relative to the comments that were made about difficult decisions, I have a great deal of respect for everyone that serves the town in a number of capacities. As I've been on this committee, I've tried to learn and follow the different committees. First of all, since when are difficult decisions antithetical to democracy? Did Thomas Jefferson and John Adams and Benjamin Franklin and Thomas, were they getting along during the Constitutional Convention? If we had to shut down the Constitutional Convention because of difficult decisions, do we have a nation? And so I'm not going to go along, you understand where I'm coming from. But I just want to highlight the respect that I have for the people that do this, elected volunteers, for the people on our town council. I happened to watch the last town council meeting. And there were some heated discussions. And you know something? That's fine. Because people care. You do this work because you care and you want to see things done. We're here into the wee hours of the night. We have to get up and go to work the next day. It's not just us, it's town council, all of the other committees that we have in Barnstable. It's fundamental to the process that we are going to have disagreements at times. And so to say because there's disagreement, we cannot therefore have the conversation and the dialogue, it comes from a certain place. So I just want to be clear. I'm thankful in the spirit, as we talked about, of unity and that we're having this discussion, that we can resolve this as amicably as possible. But for me, this comes down to the root bedrock fundamental principles and values that we have in the town of Barnstable, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and the nation. That's what we're talking about here. You don't have to agree with me. Yes, there are rules in place as in terms of how we conduct ourselves on the dais. We're mindful of it in terms of there are mechanisms in place should we go over the line that we're well aware of vis-a-vis Robert's Rules of Order. There's mechanisms in place if those but there's going to be difficult conversations. That's a part of the democratic process. There's nothing wrong with that. And at the end of the day, we vote and we respect the majority and we move on. So that's what I'm for. That's what I hope we can restore. Thank you for having this discussion so that this matter can be corralled and can be corrected and we can get back on track. Okay, I have respect for the people that I serve with. We're putting the time in. We're not the same. We don't see things the same. Nor do we need to. That's why Barnstable is great. That's why we're a great community, because we're diverse. Because we have people, washer shores, multi-generation. That's Barnstable. We're not a monolithic community. And as much as the conversations, you leave and but at the end, you dust yourself off, and you move forward. Okay, and my point with that is that's why people love Barnstable. That's why there's a sense, and you want to be proud to be from here, to serve on these different committees, to do these type of things. because it is challenging, and it should be challenging, and there's nothing wrong with that, and that makes us better. Thank you.
Anybody else? Mike?
Excellent job, Andre. I can't say much more than that. I think and I know this is going to be kind of touching the line, but I also wonder, because one of the things I like the town council does is they also have the ability to respond to public comment, and we don't, and that's always irritated me, because how many times have you wanted to, like, really subcommittee and that's why it ties into subcommittee comments, because I've a lot of times wanted to comment on over the years, like on to public comment, like in our own policy says you can't. So maybe that's something we should look at, changing that also, because to me that is more what and I know you use public comment a lot to, like, from emails and stuff like that. To me, I would use it more for responding to public comment, because I can only imagine somebody who comes to public comment says whatever they drove here at 7 o'clock at night on a Wednesday. They're that passionate about whatever issue it is, and yet we just sit there with a stone face and say thank you for coming. Like, to me, that's almost kind of insulting. So I believe we should bring back our school committee comments, but I would also ask, and I know this is for later on, but I would also, in the whole thing with our comments, I would also look at our public comment response, kind of like put them hand in hand. That's kind of my take on both of them. But I have nothing else to say.
Anybody else?
I guess I would just take this opportunity to echo Mike that it would be nice if we could respond to.
I mean, you just leaned over to me and were like, "Can I say something?"
They're saying
right.
such major things that it's tough not being able to make.
You just sit here and just imagine being them looking up at you and.
Yeah, and just going, thank you, but they're talking about such an important issue, so I just completely agree with his comment there.
So everybody here knows, but I've listened to what everybody said, and what I've heard, which could be heard incorrectly, but what I've interpreted, what I've heard, is that some accusations. It's never been my intention to curb anybody's freedom of speech, yet repeatedly during school committee comments, there's been accusations that I'm violating freedom of speech. I have never tried to eliminate discussion on items at curb the time. I've never done that for anything that's been posted to the agenda. And nor have I ever stopped a discussion because of the opinion that was being stated. What had happened during public comment, or not public comment, during school committee comments, that when different people brought up points of order, different violations of laws and regulations and other town ordinances or whatever, which has been done during the meetings, I would go research them, ask for clarification, and went to MASC, attended their two of their chair workshops, and asked how to frame the meeting so that it would run a little bit better and with decorum, to be frank. When something was crossing over a line, even if it was further down on an agenda, and I would just ask people to wait, there was no waiting. There was no respect for the chair's request. And so it's having to recess a meeting because people were blatantly ignoring and not being recognized by the chair to speak, but shouting over each other. Nobody wants to come to a public meeting and watch that. I was embarrassed for the committee. And I was embarrassed as the chair that I wasn't able to make sure that our committee was running with decorum, because that's what my job is. Plan an agenda. I put the agenda together, make sure that we have what's on there, and that it can be, the business the business of the meeting can be conducted, and that we're mindful of people's time. So, and outside of the meeting, if someone wanted something, I've requested, sure, make sure you're mindful of the time. And so I'm personally concerned, upset that what I was trying to do was misconstrued or viewed or came across as being rude to the public. I don't believe I've ever been rude to a member of somebody who came to public comment because I was adhering to our policies that we currently have. I heard that you would like a review of public comment policy, so we can bring that to the policy subcommittee and have it come back. But that was why. And so I am not happy to be accused of things that I feel are unjustly accused. Separating reports from opinion had to be clarified multiple times to an educated bunch of people and constantly challenged. So it was becoming difficult. The election occurs every year. Anybody can be the chair. The chair, too, is a volunteer job. And the chair, Mike has said it before, you take what you do in your time and who you represent and how many phone calls, how many discussions, how many follow-ups, and then you're subjected to people being disrespectful. I felt disrespected as the chair. I expressed that feeling of disrespect as a chair during meetings that were documented in the minutes, and it was still occurring over and over. So I have no problem. I didn't want to take school committee comments off, but school committee comments cannot lead to question and answer about a specific topic with anybody who's up here, a staff member or school committee members. We can't allow school committee comments to turn into that question and answer or a discussion back and forth about it. We can talk and we can say what we want, but it has to be, it has to conform to the open meeting law. And Jen, to say, oh, let people go ahead and violate the open meeting law, and then as chair, if I chose, or any member of the public, file a violation, I don't see that as something that we really want to happen. I don't believe that any of us really want to violate an open meeting law. But what I do think happens is people are passionate. People do want to talk about things, but then when it starts to veer off topic, or when it goes on for a very long period of time, when it's not on the agenda and we have people here, I feel bad now because I'm taking the time, and we have people who have been working since 7 o'clock this morning, sitting here waiting for the business to occur. I feel like we can stop comments at a certain period of time. We can always go back to them at the end of the meeting. So, we'll take it to, as long as the decorum is there, I don't have a problem with school committee comments. When I talked to MASC, I was shocked when they said, you're violating open meeting law, we never have it. And then when I pulled all the agendas from the towns, I think there was one that had announcements, school committee announcements, which essentially is school committee comments. They all had reports. None of them had it. But it was a nice, unique thing that we did. And it was nice to have, and it's nice to be able to not have to hope that the student envoy brings up DECA, because we want to congratulate the students. We want to talk about where we've gone and what we've done. But I think we have to be mindful of what school committee comments is supposed to be and keep it to that. And so, yeah, it can go back on.
Oh, go ahead, Jen.
I just want to, I want to reiterate that, like, with every action has an opposite reaction, whatever that is, right? So the unintended consequence of doing away with school committee comments is nobody hears his report, which people really like. They really like it. I really like it. And I like it at that point in the meeting. I don't like it at the end. I like it at that point in the meeting. And, so things can be interpreted in different ways, and that's an unintended consequence of doing away with school committee comments, which I don't think is fair. Andre's duly elected. You know, I just think making unilateral moves like that, you know, has its consequences. And so I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Mike.
So, Jen, I got a question, because the open meeting law, like, you're not supposed to talk about anything unless it's on the agenda and posted, right? So how does the town council, because they talk, like, if people come up at public comment, they respond to it. So
I don't know. I mean, I don't
you
know.
know what my question is, like, how do they do that? Because
I do.
technically, because the only way we'd be violating the open meeting law was if we were talking about an item that wasn't on the agenda, right? Like, that's the telltale sign of a public meeting law violation, right? So
Well, yeah, deliberating about, you know, an
right.
item
So
that
the thing
public
is,
doesn't
but
have
they
right-
do it, and they do it like that's one of their agenda items, and everybody always gets up and like all the town councilors take their time talking about different items, and they don't get nailed with
Yeah.
open meeting violation.
No, it's councilor response to public comment because they bring it up. So you have a right to, like Kathy
Okay.
was just saying. So hopefully you'll bring up DECA so that we can say what a great job everybody's
Okay,
doing.
yeah, okay. So that's
it's
what
that-
it
it's
is
that
as long
exact
as
same
public.
thing.
See,
Yeah.
I'm thinking more about our public comment, our thing, more responding to public comment, because otherwise I have no way to do it. You know what I mean?
I really believe that policy should be revisited. I'm glad you brought that up.
Because to me,
It's
that's
very
like
important.
that's they're hand in hand.
It's never sat right with me that we don't do that.
So as long as it's brought up, then that's why.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Any other discussion? Okay. We're now under, we don't need a motion because the chair sets the agenda. That was made clear by Mark. And then, you know, we'll set the agenda for the next meeting. And it will have school committee comments. And I don't have a problem with school committee comments. I've never had a problem with school committee comments. What I've had a problem with is interruptions, talking over, accusations, again, of my not running the meeting correctly. And when I would check if I made a mistake to correct, and each and every time it wasn't. But that's where it came out of, as I explained. It came out of MASC, and then we clarified it with our attorney. All right.
Point of information, just quickly. I do appreciate your feedback, Chair. And that's been one of the points, because that's a component of Robert's Rules of Order, how you speak in the different, you know, point of information, point of privilege, point of order. And just learning that, it's, you know, I think can help us. And it's helped me, you know, so that, you know, you're not doing some of the things that you note, and we can have better decorum.
All right. Finance and Facilities, 6.1, Facilities Update, Barnstable, West Barnstable Elementary School.
Where's my little screen? Thank God I brought my cheat sheets. Oh, we lost the big screens. See if I can do this. Good evening, everyone. We're here to talk and give you a little bit of information on Barnstable, West Barnstable Elementary School, K through 3. All right. This total square footage of this school was 37,892 square feet, and then we added an annex of 4,730 square feet, giving a total for this particular school at this current time of 42,622 educational space, give or take the back rooms, support areas. This school opened its doors in the fall of 1957. The annex was conceived in 2015 and added in 2019. Kind of added that little point there to show how a project like just adding the annex took 4 years. This annex consists of 3 classrooms, a library, 2 restrooms, an office, and a storage room. The population of this school, student enrollment as of January, the middle of January, was 247 students plus or minus. The teachers and staff are approximately 61. And there are approximately 12 home rooms, general classrooms being used out of the 15 rooms. Past projects at this school that I'd like to mention was we had an MSBA project in 2011 where approximately 6,283 square feet of windows were replaced under the guidance and support of the MSBA. For $1.2 million project, and with the MSBA reimbursement at that time, and it fluctuates, was 37.32% of the total project cost, reimbursing Barnstable Public Schools roughly $437,000. These new windows were part of the Green Repair Initiative, and the new windows were designed and specified to meet hurricane standards. This project included some masonry repairs and some painting at the window location. In the past, we've also had, thanks to the PTA, a new playground that was installed in 2021. So now to speak of the recent facility projects that have been completed at Barnstable West Barnstable. We replaced the asphalt roof over the main portion of the school. That was in 2018. That's pretty much the pitch of the roof. We recently repaired that same roof, the roof cap bridge on the main school building, and repaired leaks on the annex roof this past summer of 2025. Oh, sorry. Got caught up in my own little... See, on my little screen, because I used to read that screen. All right, thanks. We're on the right page? All right, so what facilities? Yeah, facilities projects recently. No, that's all right. I got really accustomed to that. Like I said, we replaced the roof in 2018. We did some repairs to it this past summer in 2025. We repaired and re-illuminated the parking lot lights. That's enough to mention because the parking lot was dark. The parking lot lighting, which is odd, was kind of controlled by the police department on how they turned on and off. So that was a bigger project than just rewiring a switch. So we got that back up and running. We are in control of it now and control the lights going on and off in that circular parking lot entrance up off of 6A. The installation of a new generator and the final connections are in progress. For this school, we're waiting on Eversource and a transformer replacement. We removed overgrown foliage from around the school and trimmed back trees from the gutters, which we've been doing to all the schools. And we also developed and implementing a new emergency exit signage district-wide. Now let's talk about some of the projects that we're planning to do this summer and into FY27. Door and hardware project, replacement project. This project will be going out to bid. This is one of the schools that didn't make it on the first round. This will be part of phase 2, along with 2 other schools. Hoping to get that out this spring, get it in place, and then we'll just kind of continuing on as we finish the first 4 schools. We'll be moving on to these last 3 schools. Mason repairs and foundation concrete repairs on the backside of the building. There's some concrete repairs that need to be made. And then we're looking at a new roof over the gym and cafeteria. That's the last part of that roof, the last part of that building. It's all right now. It's like a vinyl membrane. So we'll be looking at replacing that this summer. I'm going out to bid this spring. We are going to also be working on and repairing some univents and heating radiators in the gym. And once that is all completed, then we'll be replacing the gym floor. So, of course, the gym floor has been being held up by, we'd like to do the roof first, make sure the radiators are fixed and repaired. Both of those caused a lot of the damage to that gym floor. And then that gym floor, which has been patched since 1947, is going to be completely replaced. All right, so let's talk some about these CIPs and some of the costs that are on some of the subjects I just talked about. On the upper part of the slide, you'll see the FY26 approved and funded CIPs. The generator installation we talked about, that was kind of, I believe, approved in 24, and we're going to be completing that. The gym floor replacement was FY25 and FY26 for about $270,000, again, complete new floor. That includes demolition and schematics that go into that. As far as mechanical, these next two line items are basically, these are CIPs that we've been asking for in 25, 26, and then we're going to be asking for them in 27. That dollar amount that you're seeing is basically BW's portion of that CIP. There was a district-wide CIP. I think it was $250,000 each year. So estimating that the mechanical upgrades at BWB will be $30,000 in FY25, probably another $30,000 this year in FY26. Again, HVAC efficiency upgrades, we're continuing to work on those, just making sure that things that are expiring, that are being upgraded and repaired correctly, not just band-aided. We're looking at $40,000 for FY26. Then I'll jump to the IT items. There's a couple on here that the new director of infrastructure is taking care of, and that's the network equipment replacement. That's the switches for our everything that goes on throughout the district, as well as at the school. This is their portion, about $18,000. Security cameras, BW's portion, $25,000. And then, of course, replacing the membrane roof over the gym. We have it allocated for FY26 at about $500,000. The CIPs that we are requesting for this year, for FY27, again, those mechanical and HVAC, as I talked about, divided by 9 schools, FY27, $30,000, another $30,000 for HVAC. Then the infrastructure I just talked about, because he has it based off over a 5-year plan. As you see, it's 18, then 20, then 22. Again, dividing that yearly CIP request amongst the 9 schools. We're going to do some masonry repairs at this school, and that's broken out into FY27 and 28. And then the digital controls. Digital controls is a big project. We just completed High West, then Centerville, and now we are putting the digital controls at the high school as we speak. There'll be an ask, and the portion for this school will be about $283,000. Of course, then there's patching, paving, the parking way and entranceway of that school. That's, again, a district-wide CIP ask. This would be basically divided by 8. I say 8 because High West just got some serious work done to the front of their school. And then, of course, in FY27, we'll be asking for the exterior door replacement project that I talked about that will be going out to bid once funding is available this spring. And then that portion of this project, because like you see here, it's 10 to 12 doors, it's frames, it's some vestibule work, comes out to about $175,000. So the total ask for FY27 just for BWB is $729,500. All right, let's talk about the future. Going past FY27, for this school specifically, looking at some of the things also based on the facilities condition assessment, the fire alarm needs to be upgraded. We're talking about $351,000. That's definitely something that probably should have been this year, but we're pushing it to FY28. Miscellaneous abatement and floor tile replacement. This has been coming up. The more and more we're getting our staff aware of what to look for, whatnot. This school in particular, 1947, it was built. There are areas that some of the older flooring, some of the older tile has been hidden underneath cabinetry, in closets. And as we are kind of getting involved in that and they're starting to, so that'll be that project in FY28, so we'll address it all. Then we're also going to be addressing the main classroom floor tiles. That's going to be needed to be upgraded again. That's about $240,000. And then we jump into the classroom closets and built-ins. I kind of pushed this down, but these built-ins, as a couple of other schools, they need to be refreshed, they need to be painted, they need new countertops, about $172,000. Then we go into HVAC and gym handlers for that gym. Is $447,000, also for the CAF. And then the one that we've been talking about also with Hyannis West, but this school is going to have a similar situation, is converting the boiler system which is currently steam, and converting it to hot water. And they're looking at this one, possibly $2.5 million. The number could change because then I'm also adding in, if we were to add AC to this school, we're probably talking 3 million. So when you start talking about this project, before we get to FY29, I may want to assess that a little bit more. We may want to rethink the whole heating and HVAC system for this school and do something a little more, cost effective, but also something that will benefit the school than just replacing and like kind. All right, the kitchen exhaust hood changes possible due to the use. I mentioned that comment in there because exhaust hood fans are very expensive. We've learned that also in the culinary project that we're doing. But the use of these elementary schools, we're not deep frying anymore. We're not doing deep cooking. I mean, so again, that was from the assessment plan. That was a dollar amount, and that's why I said it could change. It could go down. It depends on what this kitchen's going to use, and I'll work with the new director of food services. Sprinklers. This building, FY30, at some point in 5 years, we would have to think about sprinkling this building. This building does not have a suppression system or a fire sprinkler system in it. So this is something we'd have to think about if we want to, for the longevity of this school with students in it. And I know that it wouldn't be grandfathered after a certain time. So that's on there for at least FY30, and we'll look at that more intensely. New ceiling tiles, of course, would happen after that, $215,000. There was talk and a request of enclosing the walkway to the annex building, and that was an approximate number, which I've added to $295,000. Repair to the exterior clapboard and trim on the annex. We're carrying about $60,000. That's probably going to grow depending on, but again, pulling back the vegetation, letting the building breathe, and just keep an eye on it will help us. And then as far as mechanical, we'd be looking to modify the restrooms to comply with revised ADA. And I'm learning a little bit too, as we start doing more and more repairs to some of these buildings, ADA will become more and more of a compliant and more of a play into it when we do more than 30% of the value of the building. So more to come on that. All right, we're going to jump to the athletic fields. Courts, gyms that are associated with Barnstable, West Barnstable. At BWB, there's a gymnasium, as I mentioned. It's not non-regulatory. It's a very small gym, small court. The scheduling of the use of that gym is by Barnstable Public Schools. We use it about 98%. I have 2% on here for the rec. They don't use it that often, but they still could if they needed to, and they could reach out if they wanted to. The floors that are replaced, as I mentioned, in 2026. Our responsibility is to clean, repairs, and maintain, and the rec department has no responsibility. Baseball field, the men's softball. I think they practice here, and they also, at one time I'm being told they used to play there. It's a diamond field. It's scheduled completely by the recreation division. It's used by us, probably 5%, maybe 2%, probably at recess. It's used by the rec department at least 95%. The field is in fair condition. We mow, we weed it, and the responsibility for the rec department is none. Then we jump down to the BWB soccer fields. There are two of them. They're two grass fields. It's scheduled by us, BPS. We use it about 98% of the time. The rec department has probably used it once or twice throughout a year. The field is fair, and we mow and weed it. The BPS tennis courts. There are two courts at the school. The recreation division and department completely schedules it. We have zero use of it by the students of this school. It's used by the rec department 100%. It's playable, but it needs some crack repair. Of course, that's on us. We mow it, we weed it, and we maintain it. These crack repairs will be assessed, and I'll be coming back and looking at that. The rec department takes care of the nets. Any questions so far? All right, so now we're going to go into a comparable square footage-wise, which I kind of had on the bottom of these slides, but I guess I didn't really talk about it. But looking at the comparable per school that I've done so far, the total square footage on this slide And the total cost estimated over 5 years, the 5-year plan for these schools, you're looking at I got to go back to do my first initial one, which is Barnstable Intermediate School. But if we just jump to Barnstable United at 146,430 square feet, we're talking about $14 million in cost. It comes out to 96.04 per square foot on that school. And then in Hyannis West Elementary School, which is a lot smaller school, 67,522 square feet, multiplied by the 14,761,000 over the next 5 years, that jumps up to $218 a square foot in repairs and upkeep. West Villages, again, 62,000 square foot school. We're talking about $12 million in cost over the next 5 years. And over the next 5 years, that would be $192 a square foot. And then Barnstable, West Barnstable, as we just talked about, including the annex, 42,622 square feet, times that by the 12 million and 200 and change. Over the next 5 years, we're looking at $302.54 per square foot over 5 years. And then, of course, I'll continue to add on to these as I keep presenting each school. And any questions?
May I?
Jen?
It's awesome. The presentation is getting better every time. Thank you for this square foot. Thank you for the calculation. It's putting it all on the same page so we can actually see what we're looking at based on real data. It's awesome. I love it. Thank you. It's like every single time it gets better. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Sorry. Yes, Mike.
That's okay. Yeah, I like this presentation. I like this last slide. It kind of like puts it like the one with the square foot, like how much it is per square foot. One just question, just because you brought it up, and I was just wondering, the generator replacements. Are all the schools? Are we still doing? I know that was over a bunch of years. We were kind of doing it. Where are we at in a generator replacement or adding to? Not even replacement. Some of them were getting them added.
In this project that I inherited, there were 5 schools that were getting generators.
Yep.
They're all in place.
Yep.
They're all there. It's just this particular contractor has been
difficult
and change orders. A lot of change orders, and a lot of those change orders I've had to dispute with the engineer, push back on them. They get revised, but I think we're at that. We're almost there. And I think we just pushed through 2 or 3 additional change orders just a couple weeks ago or last week. So the remaining schools should all be coming up. Aside from BWB, which is out of our hands due to Eversource, and Eversource doesn't really schedule that quickly, but I should be able to get the other 4 up and running. BIS is up and running.
Okay.
Because that was a shelter, and he kind of worked and jumped through hoops on that one, but the rest of them, he just kind of held those change orders hostage. So those schools were moving forward.
Okay.
Everything's signed.
Or just waiting for the people that are supposed to be.
No,
doing
I wish they were. I definitely, with all this weather we've been having this
Yeah.
year, it'd be a really nice peace of mind. But I mean, again, these generators are not going to run the whole entire school.
No,
But
no,
it will bring on lights. It'll bring on emergency lights, and it should bring on a heating source.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Andre?
Yes, thank you. Presentation quite informative. Just had a question. That cost per square foot slide is very insightful. Barnstable, West Barnstable, and then Hyannis West. Barnstable, West Barnstable is notably higher. Were those schools built around the same time? You said BWB was built in 47 or 57?
BWB was built in 47, and I believe Hyannis West, you asked?
Yes.
Was in the 60s.
Okay, so much younger. So this is, BWB is a decade plus older.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. But similar in their philosophy, the steam heat, things of that nature. Unfortunately, as you've heard before, I think in the last month, Hyannis West was on a slab. It was trying to be, what's that? No, this one's not completely on a slab. This one has some more of a crawl space. There's more. No. There's 2 boilers, luckily, at BWB. So we're able to get by with that. And the urgency with High West is that there's 1 furnace, 1 boiler, and Yeah, fingers crossed.
That's very helpful. Again, the cost per square foot, but then just understanding the age and the longevity of some of these buildings to put it in people's minds, to frame it, is quite helpful.
Jen?
I just have a question. I know, you know how I love the doors at the high school. I mention it like every meeting. Where are we indoors for other schools, specifically like BCIS? Do you know when that is slated?
We are having a meeting with the contractor now that he's ready to mobilize, and I have a meeting scheduled for next week. And I'll be meeting with the principals, and then we'll be going over all of those. And I just talked to the owner of that company about the visitor management, and there's one particular school, West Villages, that we may have to do a change order ad because the vestibule was, at that time, no one was thinking of visitor management.
Yeah.
So now's the time to do it while we're at the school, while we're doing it, while he has a glass and glazing person. So yes, that's all it's going to start happening, and we're going to start gearing it up. They're going to start mobilizing the materials, and then this summer we're just going to hit it hard.
Okay. Yeah. It'd be good to get some dates on specific schools. I'm getting a lot of feedback about which schools need what, when, and if that's a possibility. And I like Andre's idea about the born on date for the schools when built, because then we can see, is that too much? That's too much of the alcohol industry getting into the born on date, right? That's what I do. Yeah, I'm dreaming right now about a glass of wine.
No, you know what? I could actually add that on here because I think it's in every report. My cover page, every single one of my cover pages has the school was built at this year, so I can add a column for just a year, and then I think by our subcommittee, I should have a lot more information on the doors.
Okay.
And then I'll definitely have
We'll
more
put that on the
doors.
agenda then,
I mean, now that we're finally kicking off this project, I'm also kicking off the culinary project. I can definitely start speaking to these two.
That's awesome.
Really exciting projects. Now that we're finally, contractors in place, in line,
getting there.
dumpsters are arriving.
We're getting there. Okay,
Exactly.
great. Thanks.
Anything else?
Anybody? Thank you, Doug. Very good.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it. Item 6.2, initial presentation of the fiscal year 27 budget.
Good evening again. I brought my laptop here because I don't have the screen, so hopefully I'm tracking with the devices appropriately. Chris Dwelly, Deputy Director of School Finance, and I will give the committee and community the first look in this initial budget presentation. This next slide comes from your annual budget book regarding the budget as a financial expression of the educational program. We do prioritize the district's goals and objectives. It's a cooperative effort. We'll talk a little bit about the budget development process. You talked about the opportunity for the public to weigh in over the next successive meetings. There are certainly legislation, state regs, and your school committee requirements that we follow. And we prepare and present it in line with state policy. I, as your superintendent, serve as your budget officer. And together with Chris, we develop a budget for presentation tonight and administration throughout the year. So back in October, the town manager and I developed the annual policy agreement on the allocation of projected general fund revenue growth. We agreed to a 60-40 split again for this year, which is pretty typical year over year. I continue to think, and this came up when I was interviewed for the radio station, so I think it might be worth mentioning here at this public meeting, kind of a misunderstanding that the schools get 60% of all the revenue and the town gets 40%. And I guess I would just want to sort of note that there's a whole bunch that happens before you end up with a bottom line of revenue that can go towards operating expenses. So there is a kind of a worksheet that Mark Milne, as the finance director, puts together. There are a number of funds that are funded off of the top from the revenues that are projected in the town. These include things like fixed costs, like insurance. It also includes set-asides for capital and capital trust and the comprehensive wastewater management program. And then after those set-asides are put together, there is a balance that then is what this agreement is speaking to, and how the budget guidance comes to us from the town manager and his financial team. So it's not just sort of a flat out 60% of everything goes to the schools. And so I just wanted to make note of that here because it continues to come up in conversations I have in the community. In December, you, as a school committee, met with the town council in a joint meeting to hear the financial condition of the town in a presentation that Mark Milne gave. We were asking at that time for our 18 sites to put together their budget requests, and so they submitted their budget requests to us prior to the winter break. And when they do that, we hold individual meetings with principals and directors and put all together for this initial budget presentation this evening. So my goals over this budget development process is to present you with a balanced budget. Naturally want to support the goals of the district improvement plan, which are your goals as well, as you approve them and have shared with me in individual meetings your budget priorities, many of which include things like curriculum and instruction and a focus on student learning, as well as making sure that we're taking care of our facilities, including maintenance and operating costs. We know that we have a diverse set of student needs to attend to. I want to emphasize tonight an importance, I think, in terms of remaining competitive regionally, whether it's having people choose to live in Barnstable because of the schools, or school choice into Barnstable now that we're seeing an enrollment drop and a little more opportunity for school choice acceptance. With 651 fewer students on Cape Cod, the school choice landscape is getting increasingly competitive. And I think that, and I said this last year at this time, people are looking to see the funding and comparative funding and comparative resources and programs, and I want to make sure that we remain competitive regionally because I think that we're the best. I think it's important to continue to focus on equitable allocation across our schools, while also being fiscally responsible and thinking forward to the future about sustainability. And we talked about that last year. Preserving programs, again, that gets at that competitive piece regionally. And making sure that we're efficient, effective with our systems, and primarily making sure that we're following enrollment, maintaining appropriate class sizes and caseloads, but not driving those numbers up too high. This is a different way of looking at district enrollment, but going back to 2021. We had talked about this earlier in the evening, and we're just over 4,500 students this year. And in this presentation for you and for the community, I did link the Boston Globe article that speaks about the statewide trends on enrollment. In terms of our subgroups, we talked a little bit about this in terms of decreases earlier in the evening. We have seen a slight dip in the number of English language learners, although first language not being English remains pretty high and has inched towards 40%. We are seeing an increase of students with disabilities. This is not just a numerical value, but it's also kind of an intensity of need. This has been a trend for some time. And I'd like to emphasize and acknowledge the work of our faculty and staff and principals. I know that in particular, we're seeing this among our littlest learners, pre-K and K. And that's something that we need to be paying attention to, and the budget provides some opportunities, and we'll be spending more time talking about that over the next successive meetings. High needs numbers dropping slightly, and economically disadvantaged numbers dropping slightly, which is going to contribute to that high needs number going down a little bit. Chris, I'll turn it over to you to talk about the general fund allocation.
Thank you. So this is a 8-year historical graph of our general fund allocation. It just shows the allocation that we get from the town, the 60% split that Sarah spoke about earlier, as well as our savings use over that time. So our proposed budget at this point for FY27 is the bottom row that you see down there. The one thing that I would point out at this point is in terms of our savings use dropping between FY26 and 27. At this preliminary stage of the budget, we do have it going down primarily for two reasons. One is we're in our third year of the ESSER kind of drop-off structure that we proposed a few years ago to retain the ESSER positions. As well as we had a handful of one-time projects in FY26 that were funded using savings that are no longer needed. They were one-time projects. So that's why you see that drop at that point. As we review all of the site requests with you and with the sites, that number might bump back up, but I just wanted to highlight that at this stage of the discussion. Our Chapter 70 numbers came in just under the wire in terms of us being able to get them into this presentation. So similar to last year, we are a minimum aid district again. The minimum aid per pupil is $75 at this stage in the governor's proposal. That may change as the House and Senate negotiate the budget, but at this point it's $75. That's less than what was finalized last year at $150 per pupil. So we're seeing just under $400,000 essentially in an increase in state aid for Chapter 70 year over year at this point in the budget development. The one thing that I would point toward is, that's interesting. One thing that I would point toward is our net school spending and the required district contribution. Those numbers this year, year over year, are decreasing. So that's, that gives us a little bit more breathing room as we look toward our net school spending requirements. And as I think we've illustrated to the school committee in the past, as we get closer to that required amount. So not necessarily a bad thing seeing those numbers decrease from a financial perspective for us.
I just want to point out that what is being presented through the computer is an older version that we had submitted prior to the Chapter 70 numbers being released at the end of last week. What's in your packet is actually updated with those numbers if you wanted to kind of download it to your Chromebook, and that is available to the public. Yeah, so as Chris was saying, it's just under $400,000 expected in Chapter 70. I would anticipate that the House and Senate probably increase the minimum aid a little bit, as they have done in recent years. When that happens, there is kind of an adjustment to the balance sheet, so to speak, in the fall when additional revenues are sort of reconciled, and then there's a return to reserve accounts to both the town and the schools with that 60-40 split. I'll just take a minute to note that in the region, we are among the lowest, if not the lowest, in terms of our net school spending and our per pupil expenditure. So seeing that number go down from a kind of educational programming standpoint is not favorable. From a fiscal standpoint, what Chris is talking about is we run less risk of some punitive consequences from the state if we dipped under, sort of our minimum requirement. But I guess I'm just, increasingly concerned about being able to support the educational program where it's needed.
Kathy, can I just ask a question?
Mike?
I just want to ask a question just because I'm going to forget it. So what happens if we dip down below? Because you just mentioned that, like, if we could go below what we're supposed to allocate, like.
I think ironically, they withhold funds. It's some percentage.
There
Okay,
are aid and grant repercussions associated with it.
I'm sorry, what was that? Grant?
Aid and grant repercussions
Okay.
associated with it.
Does DESE get involved as far as like taking over the district or anything like that? I mean, could it go that way from an educational point of view, or not really? It's more they whack in till you get back up above it.
I think it's a financial kind of more
Repercussions.
Of a financial repercussion. They might come in based on performance.
That's based on performance, but the financial is okay. Thank you.
This slide is a historical perspective of our general fund allocation growth. This does not include the savings figures that we've illustrated in the previous slides and have discussed. So you'll see the big spike there a few years ago related to the Student Opportunity Act. And then you see us now dropping back to what traditionally has been the normal year-over-year increase of around 3%.
We'll talk a little bit about school choice. Do you want to talk about it from a financial perspective?
Yeah, sure. I won't read this, but we get monies for accepting kids into the district, who choice into the district, and you see the breakdowns listed in this slide. Our next slide shows the actual kind of financial transactions over the past few years. So we typically are getting in around $600,000. Our actual amount in FY25 was just under $650,000. Year before that was $601,000. So we budget for budgetary purposes around $600,000 because we don't know what that number is going to be. And then at the bottom of this slide, the bottom row there is our balance of the school choice revolving fund. These funds in Barnstable are retained within the school district, and it is a fund that is available for appropriation at any time by the school committee, which is a great benefit. One thing that I'd highlight is that we dropped down a bit there, and then you'll notice listed in FY26 under the expense, we've got a credit of about $345,000. That was actually an appropriation made back in FY23 for the portables, the first iteration of the portables. We ended up not needing that money because we got a subsequent appropriation 2 years ago. So we were able to close that project out in consultation with Doug and credit back the account, bringing back our school choice balance up to $1.4 million at this point.
So this graph are our school choice enrollment trends. It's been pretty consistent over the past 10 years or so, where Barnstable has had more students going out for school choice than coming in for school choice. I did do some analysis of this as a percentage of school population. And so while this is, kind of alarming to see as a percentage of school population, for the last year of numbers that I had, which was FY24, it was about 5%, which was in the middle of districts in the area. The low for districts was 2.3%, and a high was 11%. So our 5% out is kind of in the middle. And I know that we always get, and appropriately so, we should be really monitoring and watching this, and we do. I just wanted to sort of contextualize that. In terms of the number of students that we receive, it's hovered around 100 for quite a while. I think we're limited up until recently, and we're seeing a little bit more opportunity. A lot of school choice comes in at the youngest grades, and we've been space constrained, K to 3 in particular. And so, we have had to say no in the past to school choice kindergartners coming in, but with some additional, flexibility and wiggle room in K to 3, literally physically, we may be able to accept more school choice. However, there is declining enrollment, so it's becoming increasingly competitive across the region. And when students are with you for school choice, they tend to stay with you for the duration and have a right to stay with you for the duration until they graduate. Circuit breaker?
One of the other revolving funds that supports the overall operating budget is our circuit breaker reimbursement that we receive from the state for extraordinary costs above a certain threshold for our special needs education. That threshold is listed here for FY26. It's $53,431. We do not have reimbursement rates at this point from the state. Traditionally, for tuition has been 75%, and transportation has been less, around 56%. However, the governor last year did provide some extraordinary relief related to transportation and funded that at 100%, which gave us some extra dollars into the district that you'll see in this next slide. But that's the general breakdown at this point. So as we've talked about, there's a lot on this slide, but the top portion of it details out our total expenses, what was eligible, and then what our total reimbursement was. Again, these figures and the way it works is it's all based on our FY25 actual enrollment and spend. We then receive those monies in FY26, this current fiscal year, and we retain those and use those for the next fiscal year's budget, FY27. So our total reimbursement there, the 2.9, is what we'll be applying toward the FY27 budget that we're discussing at this point. The table at the bottom of the slide highlights kind of our year-over-year amount of reimbursement, the amount we use. We have to use the entire amount, so we don't retain any monies by law. So that just shows kind of the historical value. I'll highlight on the top portion of the table there under the FY26 reimbursement, the prior year adjustment. That is that additional amount that we received from the governor increasing the reimbursement rates last year at late stage into the budget. And this is just a visualization of our fund allocations. So we've talked about the general fund, the 60% that we receive from the town. We've talked about our savings account usage. And then we've talked about two of our revolving funds so far, school choice and circuit breaker. There is one other revolving fund that we use, and that's listed here, and that is the transportation revolving fund. Those are bus fees that we charge for buses. And we use that to offset the transportation budget each year. We're planning on using $200,000 this year, which we've traditionally used in the past. And so under FY27 projected, you see all the amounts that we're planning on using at this stage in the budget. Most of those, circuit breaker will remain the same. General fund will pretty much remain the same. And then you might see some small tweaks in the other three categories based on how much of a budget gap that we have to close that we'll share with you in a few slides upcoming here.
So our 18 cost centers, which include all of the schools and then several of the sort of district departments like technology and facilities and transportation. I won't go through them all. But the 18 sites submitted 59 requests, which is a smaller number than in years past. Everybody submitted, I think, a real modest set, a real very practical set, a set that I wish that we could fulfill entirely. You will see them listed out for you in the workshop next week. The net cost of these requests total $1.8 million, which is less than half of what they've been requesting in previous years. It's been trending towards $4 to $5 million every year. So very, very reasonable requests. Some of them are restorations of positions that were reduced recently. Some of them are positions that we're watching our enrollment numbers very carefully for special education and for EL teaching. We are seeing requests for interventionists, counselors, social workers, BCBAs. What we have not built into the budget so far are inflationary increases for goods and services. And so this is kind of it's not even a level service budget, considering that we haven't included some of those inflationary increases yet. Big time requests for custodial supplies and custodial equipment, as well as technology equipment, with Bryce Harper coming in new and taking a fresh lens and look at what we have in our classrooms. But I think the custodial piece is something really worth paying attention to. Some of their equipment, I mean, we're asking for things, but their equipment is ancient. And that I've been an advocate that the people need the tools to do their work. And so so you'll hear more about that next week. So Chris will talk a little bit more about the budget assumptions, but like I said, we haven't really factored in sort of inflationary cost increases. These are, sort of our major budget drivers that we know.
So as Sarah mentioned, these are the major budget drivers. We don't highlight everything, just the kind of the significant top-level items. So they're listed out here. The change is the dollar amount, the year-over-year change, with the exception of the revenue share agreement, which is our actual allocation. And then on the far right, the year-over-year shows whether or not that amount has increased or decreased year-over-year. So our revenue share allocation, although it's at $92 million, 2.99% year-over-year increase, that's actually slightly lower than the percentage increase that we received last year. Our revolving fund offsets, you'll see the increase there. That $1 million is attributed to our circuit breaker reimbursements. That's the amount more that we've received year-over-year. That's great, but we only receive reimbursement when we have high costs associated with the services. So we're spending the money, and this helps supports it, but it's not like $1 million of newfound money, for instance. Our salary and wages, our biggest driver, at $3 million, although that year-over-year that is lower. That's due to two factors. One is the past 2 years of budget cuts that have had to been made related to positions, as well as this year we're seeing as people either retire out or leave the district, the replacements coming in at a lower salary than what was budgeted for. Special education increase, this is pretty similar to last year. It's a little bit lower. This is just our tuition and transportation costs, nothing else related to those two entities. We do include some inflationary adjustments. These are typically around our utilities, gas, electricity. They're related to some contracted services that we have when we have year-over-year contracts signed with individuals or entities, but they do not include, let's say, a site wants to, add another year to a curriculum vendor that they want. We list those out separately as a site request, which we'll be going over with you next week's budget workshop. Our savings account support, year 204, is lower than last year. Again, we're staging that to eventually reduce that to 0. That was the original plan. And then our savings account support is level. It's our year-over-year additional support of $900,000, which had been a traditional practice pre-COVID. And here's the bottom line. So I'll draw your attention right to the bottom. We are looking at this point at a deficit of $700,000. Not ideal. I think you'd always want to have some room for, new programs or new staff. But I will say this is a better position than we've been in the past 2 years at this point. So we don't view this as something that's insurmountable. But that's the current state. But this table, it shows you the year over year between FY26 and FY27 on our major expense categories: salary and wages, supplies, and then operating and contracted services. And then it shows our funding through the general fund appropriation and our savings support. You will see some what look to be reductions between FY26 and FY27, in particular related to supplies, contracted services, and then our savings account. Again, that goes back to the one-time projects that were funded last year that are no longer in the budget, and therefore we're not using as much savings at this point in this budget. And then the last slide on the kind of financial piece before we wrap up here is just a history or a balance of our school savings account, which we think is always helpful to show. So our certified balance this year on July 1 is just under $15 million, which is almost a $3.5 million year-over-year increase. That is attributed to, and I should have put those in there. That would have been helpful. We spent almost our entire operating budget. I think we turned back like $50,000. I'll get you guys these. I'll update this slide so that we have these figures for the workshop. But that the amount coming back to us in savings is a result of the town's local receipts, whether they be parking tickets, motor vehicle excise, beach permits, those amounts being higher than what was budgeted for. So the town received more revenue than we anticipated that we were going to get, and that's what 95% of that $3.4 million is. This shows you what we're planning to use the savings for at this point, the operating budget that we've discussed. As we talk about our capital program, which is still in the works, we're planning on using $2.8 million of our savings to support our capital program. The additional operating budget support that we talked about. And then we've had 2 one-time purchases so far this year as well. The culinary kitchen, kind of phase 2, phase 3 support that was voted on a couple months ago, as well as the MSBA feasibility study for the BIS roof at $350,000, which we voted on last month. And then below that are what we're anticipating we will receive in new monies next year to give us an estimated balance of $11.3 million.
So next steps. Next week, we'll have the budget roundtable review. It's going to be at Barnstable High School in the library. And the principals and directors will be there to talk through their requests and answer questions. At the March 4th meeting, I will present a recommended budget to the school committee based on input at the workshop. There is a budget public hearing to be held on Wednesday, March 18th. With an anticipated vote for budget adoption on Wednesday, April 1st, after which it gets submitted to the town manager for inclusion in their process related to finance committee, and then ultimately going to the town council for appropriation. And I think with that, we're happy to answer any additional questions that you have or listen to your comments.
Mike?
So, 2 questions. The ESSER, this is going to be year 3 or 4, right? Or is this year 2 of?
This is year 3 of 4.
3 of 4, right? Yeah. So this next year, because you're doing a budget now for next year, so that would be year 3 or 4, right? So then we'll have one more, and if I remember right, because it was a long time ago, I assume next year for the year after it will go down. Our use of the money will even go down, kind of like this year it went down compared to last year.
Yes.
So I assume it's going to kind of keep going off slowly.
Yeah, so the first year, it was 100% of the ESSER positions were covered in savings 75%, so this is 50%.
50, so,
It'll be
yep,
25%.
so then we'll be down 25, okay. In the circuit breaker going up, I kind of was looking at the historical part of the circuit breaker, and that was kind of a big, it's kind of been relatively stable, and this one was kind of a big, like, it kind of stuck out, which is good for this coming year, bad for last year because we spent the money, but good for this year. So my question is, without getting into like people or anything like that, but like, is it gonna kind of stabilize again? Do you think this is kind of, I know it has to do with busing and out of placements and all of that, but would you expect it to kind of be more stable, or is this kind of, do you think the trend's gonna kind of be less steady, or?
Yeah, at least for next year, we're anticipating things to be pretty level.
Like kind of stay at 2.9 million?
Around there, yes.
Yeah,
I mean, that,
okay.
that factor depends on. Like,
I know, and I
reimbursement
realize
rates,
that. I
yeah.
realize that's kind of a crapshoot. I get that, but
But in terms of our roster of students who require a specific set
Yep.
of services, there's no significant number of students aging out, nor are there anticipated large
Right.
increases of new students.
and I understand
coming
if somebody
in.
moves
So,
in, I
yeah,
understand
yeah.
that I understand that it's not that's a moving target, but it just kind of stuck out that was a huge increase but it should be, you're hoping it's kind of stabled.
We'll anticipate an increase around that
Okay.
number next year. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Thank
Now,
you.
Mike, I looked at the governor's proposed budget, and there was a slight increase in their line item for what they were going to refund as well.
Oh, good.
So.
Well, that's about time.
I mean, it might not be negligible, but it's not, and that's just the initial proposed, so that could change, but I took a quick look at that when it came out.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. Good job.
Anybody else? Andre?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just some questions about the Chapter 70 aid. There was two different slides about the drop in enrollment. So the one slide had but the drop is 192 from 1 year, and so it's minus 3.67 relative to the Chapter 78. Just a question, and you might have touched on this. I know it's the governor's initial budget, but I know that we have advocated for the Chapter 70 aid to be consistent with inflation, to keep up with levels of inflation. Is that what you are seeing in this initial budget? Like, even though our numbers are down, so we're not going to be getting it, just regardless.
I think it's closer to the current rate of inflation than it had been in previous years, but there's a cap that they won't go over. But because inflation is a bit lower, it is more closely aligned.
Not as steep,
Right.
Not as inconsistent, rather, what inflation is, what your, because I know that myself and other committee members, along with yourself, had done some advocacy just for that particular. The formula needed some adjustment, but with inflation coming down, we're seeing that's not as punitive as it's been. But great presentation, and we'll reconvene next week on this.
Anybody else? No, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Item 6.3, appropriation of funds from school choice revolving for feasibility and schematic design for the Hyannis West Elementary steam heat conversion to hot water heat. Chris, do you want to frame it?
Thank you. Sure, yeah. So Doug, our facilities director, has identified a capital project that has been included, at least preliminarily at this point, in the CIP program for the town. What we'd like to do, though, is we'd like to be able to get a head start on the design and by doing an assessment. So that we can get some more concrete design figures and then be able to provide those to the town to kind of solidify the amount of the project. There's a lot of CIP requests that the town receives, not only from the schools, but from DPW, from the police department, from all the municipal departments. And there's only so much that can be funded. So the more that we can have, almost exact figures on what a project will cost, I think the better positioned we are in seeing these projects be funded and move forward. So that's why we're asking for a school choice to go through this effort right now, because if you voted on it tonight, we can sign a contract tomorrow. We just went over the balance of the school choice revolving funds, it's got approximately $1.4 million in it. And so that's the request before you tonight. Superintendent or Doug could talk more about the project if you'd like.
Right.
Both of these are pretty emergent, both this item and the next item, and we want to get a jump start on them right away so that we can also go out to bid once appropriations there. We have it all designed and we can begin the work this in advance or this summer. Doug can talk a little bit more about both projects, but we're on High West right now. You may recall receiving a text from me about heat being broken at High West and being concerned about having to potentially send children home halfway through the day because the buses were in the process of arriving. The heat there is very old, and Doug has a proposal to convert it, and we were lucky. We were able to repair it, but we don't want to get to the point of it completely failing.
That's correct. I mean, basically, I think I mentioned this before. We're trying to be preventive on this and be ahead of it so that we're not into a bus rolling down into the parking lot and we run into problems. We've been basically band-aiding it. We've been triaging it as far as this collapsing and corroding steam system that's in the slab. So this assessment that's in front of you is so that they can get out here, assess the situation, see what we're looking at, and then come up with a design quote, and then we'll go with a design, and we'll just have better figures, and we'll have a better handle on what we're getting ourselves into on this project, because it's something we need to be on top of instead of reacting.
Move to appropriate $15,000 from the school choice revolving fund for a feasibility study for the Hyannis West Elementary steam heat conversion project.
Second.
Discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 6.4, the appropriation from school choice revolving for the feasibility schematic design and bid documents for West Village's cooling tower replacement project.
Move to appropriate $37,700 from school choice revolving fund for design services for the West Village's elementary cooling tower replacement project.
Second.
Discussion. Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
And motion carries unanimously. Item 6.5, approve a teaching assistant position at the employee daycare. Kristen?
Yes, so we're looking for an additional TA position to start in our infant program for the remainder of the year. It's a low student-teacher ratio because of the age of the infants. And we're trying to accommodate some additional staff. And so we are asking for an additional TA position. For the remainder of the year, they would be in the infant room, and it would continue on next year in the preschool, because we're anticipating, again, to stay within ratio that we would need that position as well. This program is self-funding through the tuition, and so it would be able to be absorbed.
Thank you.
Move to approve a 1.0 FTE teaching position at the employee daycare.
Second.
Discussion? It's a teaching assistant position. Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 6.6, approve accounts payable warrant fiscal year 26, warrant number 31.
Move to approve accounts payable warrant fiscal year 26, warrant 31, in the amount of $422,455.22.
Second.
Discussion? Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 8.1, future agenda items. Does anybody have any items they would like on a future agenda? That's after 8.1.
No, I have it 9.1.
Oh,
Oh, it's two different, the
yeah,
paperwork isn't the
it's,
same.
yeah, we'll do the future agenda items, then the consent agenda. That's what I have here.
Yeah, it's the paper is different than the
Yeah.
computer. I just have one, and I'm just putting it out there. Do we want to have an agenda item about what was brought up at public comment about the homeless shelter and High West in the high school, or is it something that needs to go to talk to the lawyer? I'm sure there's conversations happening. So
to answer your question, Sarah and I met this morning with town council and we talked about it, and we've talked together about it, and there are things in place to give us more information before we bring it here, because we don't have any facts. So we can talk about things, but it could go on the next agenda. We're just waiting to see. We've asked for more information. There's a tentative. We went through a bunch of dates to align calendars, to have a meeting with HAC and with Catholic Charities and with, the key people.
that's more what I was asking is
yeah,
should we
it's
have
in the works. We're going.
Okay, that's
but
why I'm
we're
kind of
just
bringing it
we
up.
just feel like it's not ready right
Oh,
now, but
that's
it
fine.
could be ready.
That's
Could be ready for March. We just don't know.
I
yet.
assumed, but I just was. I
Okay.
assumed. That's what I kind of assumed. That's what I'm kind of asking. Is it ready to be presented for us yet? Or not
Had
quite
we
yet?
had school committee comments, I could have given a little update what we talked about. Right? So I'm in the same boat as you people. Sarah, did you want to chime in on that? But that we did. We met this morning, and so we're just trying to gather. We want facts.
I
And
would like
that's-
to have somebody give a presentation on the facts to us.
Yeah, we're working
We're
on
our
that.
schools right there. Okay.
Exactly.
Yep, cool.
Jen.
Could I just ask that if it does go on the agenda, that we frame it correctly with an explanation of the Dover Amendment, what actual power the school committee has, what actual power the town council has, which I'll tell you by personal experience is zero. We are in a reactive stance right now. I'm not saying it doesn't need to be vetted, but I just want to make sure we frame it so that if the public comes to speak about it, they understand that it's not this committee that can change things.
Right, exactly.
Okay?
That's
So,
why we're
yeah.
waiting for facts.
That's why I said I want.
Nor is it the town council that can change
And
things.
we're
HAC
working,
can.
we're working
That's
with it, we're working closely with the town council leadership together.
Yeah,
because
I think legal would be really good to loop in.
Well, that's why
that was exactly our discussion this morning.
And that was
so.
my first thing is talk to the lawyer.
Yeah, definitely.
Because we may not have anything, and then so be it.
Right. Doesn't mean we can't have something, but it's just, right. Okay, so yeah, that's on our radar. Anything else? Okay, thank you.
What Mike had suggested earlier with school committee response to public comment, I think would be a nice addition, right?
But she said that was going to go to policy.
That has to go to policy,
they're gonna-
because
Okay.
it's policy.
All right.
Yeah, okay. Anything else? All right, consent agenda. Tonight's consent agenda includes the approval of the school committee workshop minutes of January 7, 2026, school committee meeting minutes of January 7, 2026, fiscal year 26 grants, gifts, and donations, and a budget transfer authorization.
Motion to approve?
No, it's right here. Motion to approve.
Uh-oh, it's not on mine. Move to go into executive session. Sorry. Move to approve the item in the consent agenda as presented in tonight's materials.
Second.
Discussion? Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
I'm just going to abstain. I'm going to abstain because I
Okay.
wasn't at those meetings.
So 1, 2, 3, 4 yeses and 1 abstention. Motion carries. Item, that's it. Consent. Yeah. Okay, so 10.1, executive session. Move to go into executive session, not to reconvene in open session, to approve the school committee executive session minutes of January 7, 2026, and to discuss strategy with respect to litigation, as an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigation position of the public body, and the chair so declares. John Bergonzi versus Barnstable Public Schools.
Second.
All right, having a motion made and seconded, roll call vote. Jen? Andre?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
And Courtney?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you.